Hey everyone, welcome back. Today we'll be covering a lot of topics from Jurassic Summer Weekends as well as the date quest campaign that released directly before. Joining me today is Harvey Keyes.
Hello.
Hello.
Milk with me this time.
Yeah. Milk went to go and get milk. I'm sure we haven't made that joke a million times by now. There is also Zalgus.
I was actually going to make that exact joke after you said that, but oh well. Yes, hello, it's me.
Very original people here, as you can see. And last but not least, Erbie.
Hello. I have no funny quip to say. Yeah, that's it.
Alright, without further ado, let's get... That's fine. Well, we have a lot of content to cover. We have 24 topics to cover, so hopefully we can cover this quickly. We are going to start with the day quest content first, so it might take a while to eventually reach Leib and Boogeyman. But stay tuned. We will be covering the first topics as expediently as possible. So, without further ado, we'll be starting off with the skill evolutions. So, Zalgus will lead the topic with Typhon. Go ahead.
Alright, so yeah, let's try and go through this expediently. So, his skill evo buffed his concentration that was previously on move, and it was at a terrible rate of 60% to adjacent allies. And now it's at a much better rate of 90%, so it's guaranteeable, and it's a cross shape of 2 squares length. So that's good, long range buffing, but I think the more important part is that it's guaranteeable, because 60% was awful. He has when appearing glint to self and the entire map. This is questionable since it's when appearing. This means that the glint only lasts 1 turn because it'll tick down after he appears. So that sucks. I don't really know how much content you're going to be in that 1 turn of glint is going to be the deal breaker. But it's there. It's nice to have, I guess. It's kind of just a free buff. It does mean that Typhon can grant 20% proc rate to allies on his own reliably, because you can just move for the concentration, and now you have glint and concentration. How useful that is debatable, but it is. You can only do it once, since the glint lasts only 1 turn, unless you give him the Leib AR, which would trivialize his when appearing glint, unless he appeared in the middle of the phase. But anyway, the most interesting part is probably the next part, which is he inflicts weakness in a 3x3 square in front of him on move phase end. Unfortunately, it's a rate of 70%, so it's difficult to guarantee. Even with glint and seeds, it's going to be a 90%, so you'll need something else to buff that up if you want it guaranteed. It is, however, a nice wide range, and it's one of the best trigger timings, because it lets Typhon take advantage of it for both his CS and no matter where he is in the team order. It boosts his own damage, which by today's standards, it's not exceptional, but I think it's still perfectly usable. If he gets the weakness and vigor, he will deal 8.4k damage. If he triggers his charm and burn amp, then it's going to go much higher to 31k, but that's a lot less reliable. And his CS will deal 16.8k damage with just the weakness and vigor. Yeah, it helps his damage be a bit more competitive these days. I think the Evo's alright. It provides support for both him and the team. The weakness range is the same as his attack range, so he'll always potentially benefit from it. And he does have a bit more incentive to move to buff his allies now, because it's actually reliable. Not that you do that often, but it might come up. Typhon, I don't really see him used much these days, but he's still plenty usable, and the weakness serves as a nice maintenance free damage buff if it triggers. So yeah, it's alright.
Alright, I made sure to give this topic to you because I know you actually still use them, or have used them for a long time anyways. Don't know if you still use them. So what do you guys think, Erbie and Harvey?
I have no thoughts on this whatsoever. It did make him slightly more reliable and boost his damage a little bit, but the boosted damage, as August said, is not really a reliable form of boosts. The glint is alright, but not really necessary unless you don't want to give him the cool Leib AR, which you can equip, so it's kind of like a little redundant if you have that AR and are able to equip him with it for what you're doing. But I guess it's nice that the concentration is at a higher rate, but I'm not really seeing the advantage here because if you're using Ban Typhon, you are not moving him. At least I don't think you were moving him because this is literally the only benefit he gives when moving. So yeah, I think this is a pretty. It's an improvement, but it's barely an improvement.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Erbie. Like, when appearing glint to the entire board means that it only lasts one turn, which feels kind of bad. But the 70% rate on weakness just feels ass because he doesn't even get concentration to himself. So most of the time, even if you skill seed him, at most you'll be stuck at 90% from glint and the skill seed, but not concentration.
Yeah, my opinion is largely the same. I mean, he still has uses, but not uses for relevant quests, really. He'd be a decent unit for, as a secondary damage dealer, I'd say, as well as a secondary board wiper. So not even a primary one, but if you move him for concentration, it's a good way to amp someone else who could use the rate and the damage. Such as Asterius, who recently got an Evo. We'll be talking about that in a second. But yeah, otherwise, he's no longer in his prime where he was the primary board wiper decisively. Everything about his damage is unreliable or short range, so really the only main thing you'd want to use him for is just for that secondary stuff, plus just concentration uptime. I think his concentration uptime is fairly rare. There's not really much people who can give it out constantly like this at an okay-ish range. There's just like Fushi ahead of him, and that might be it, honestly. I can't even remember. But yeah.
Good Masanori.
Masanori's like only in face start, isn't it? Or is it like on miss at 80% or some shit?
No, it's on miss 80%.
It's on miss and slash ranger.
Yeah, it's not a great rate. Now, this is guaranteeable at least. Anyway, yeah, let's just move on. We have a lot more to talk about. So before we move on, read out the
himself,
chat.
Doesn't he?
Masanori,
yeah, he glints himself. So
I mean, I wasn't saying bring it with Masanori, but yeah. Feel free to read the chat, Zalgus, and then we can move on.
Right, where are we? Did you read all the hellos?
You can read them out. I didn't read any of them out.
Leib literally go from 0 to hero. I don't know about hero, but we'll talk about that later. Pizza lizard. Peeps. What? Eita jump scare. Stream elements bot ready. Hi Prisma. Chubby Sean. I've let you have 2 evos. Yeah, I guess he did get 2 evos. Although I think his other evo was better since that one amped his damage much more. But oh well. I mean, this one's alright, I still think, but yeah. He combos well with the Kurugame Nomad AR. Which one is that one?
That's the one from Nyclos that gives concentration strengthening. Oh yeah, Nomad gives concentration. I forgot about that. Right. It would be decent to them, yeah.
Nomad.
I guess that would work. If you actually have it anyway. My favorite shark buddy, I love this rocking shark dude. Hi. Yeah, I do enjoy Typhon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
not
cute.
as useful these days, sadly.
Well, what's up?
The pizza lizard comment was about the new unit liking pizza. And that's about it.
You mean Speckley?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's pizza? You know what? I'm not gonna ask. Let's just move on. All right, we're now going to be talking about Asterius. So this will be covered by Erbie. Go ahead.
Okay. This is about Asterius' variant's first ever skill evolution, which is long overdue, but also I think it does help him a lot. Now, basically, he got a new status that increases his skill activation rate by 30% every time he has Blessing, and his Blessing is now guaranteed on phase start, so he's probably going to have this on at all times. So it's practically it's not entirely a 30% permanent boost because Blessing can fall off if the phase doesn't end, but it's practically a permanent 30% skill rate boost for him, unless he gets his Blessing removed somehow. He also gained Tenacity on move, which is very interesting. We gotta have this Blood of the Beast skill on him because it's very important. But most importantly, he also has this Dragon-like skill that makes him apply darkness at a 70% rate to the enemies he hits and the enemies behind him. So it's kind of like Dagon's effects when he spreads stigma and thirst and all that to the enemies behind him. So it realistically ends up applying darkness, assuming he hits all three enemies at his slash range. It's going to apply on a 3x3 box. And the reason why this is 70% is just so he can guarantee it when he has Blessing. So he's practically has darkness guaranteed on head for a 3v3 box. I'm not sure. This isn't entirely for for defensive units, even though he has 3 methods now of defenses. Of damage reduction, that is, because he still has that shelter ability with defense up when he gets hit. He now has this after move Tenacity, and now he has darkness. So he's going to be able to last a lot, especially because he has the self heal from Blessing as well, guaranteed. But that's not what you're probably going to use him for anyways, because who cares about tanking? What you're going to use him for is for that increased proc rate on his crit plus, I guess, which is now 86% after his skill activation rate up, which is a lot more feasible to guarantee now with Glint and some other buff, whatever you want to give him. And this darkness also serves to amplify the damage of himself and his allies, because he also applies darkness weakening on, or rather, it's not darkness weakening. He applies an increased damage boost against darkness to himself and allies. It's only a 1.5 multiplier, but it's a massive range after move. It's practically skill seed bait. It's 60%, but with 30% skill rate activation rate, it amps up to 90%. And he also now pulls enemies by 2 squares in front of him. So that's pretty nice. It's going to help him become a lot more self-sufficient. He's probably going to be able to clear quests on his own, but his usability is probably not. It's probably not going to be the greatest to do one-turn clears, farming, and stuff like that. But he's definitely got the potential to clear some high difficulty quests alone, for sure. At least that I think so. This is possible. He's very tanky. He still hits pretty hard, even though he only has plus and crit. That's still a very high multiplier. And now he even gained an increased boost to darkness. His only issues, I'd say, is that even after all this, he still doesn't have any form of guarantee his damage amplification. His crit plus is not guaranteed. His crit is not guaranteed. Not even his darkness amplification is guaranteed. The only things guaranteed here are the defensive aspects, except for the defensive, which is pretty weird. But I'd say this is a pretty nice boost. It's overall, he's definitely a lot more usable. If you used him at all before, he used to deal a buttload of damage. He was one of the highest damaging units in the whole game, but that time has long since passed, and this skill evolution did not help him stay at the top, but he still deals good damage he still does some pretty good damage for this day and age, especially since his damage buffs stack with the most common damage buffs, which is like bigger artery. He doesn't have any of that. All he has is crits and this darkness strengthening. So that's pretty nice. I'd say this is probably one of the better skill evolutions we got in this batch, considering some others that are coming very soon, or well, one other that is coming very soon. But yeah, I think it's pretty neat. If you like Asterius, well, I guess you can use him now without it being a meme, and he's actually going to put in work. Yeah, that's pretty much all my thoughts on it.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. What do you think, Harvey?
Yeah, he is an okay DPS now if you can get those proc rate buffs on him. Has anyone done the math for the Walter Summer Oz Smoky God combo on him?
On him specifically? No. That's very specific. What the heck?
No, not really. That's very specific.
Should I be doing that math for every damage dealer now?
Crit, so it's like...
But also, you can't actually trigger this crit plus with Summer Oz, so
I know.
I'm not going to do that.
That's sad. I guess I'll just stick with Sphinx.
No. Sphinx. No.
I mean, Sphinx is working out for this event for me, but okay.
Okay, well, you also have Ancient Affiliation. Why are you running that anyways?
He has extended movement and he can give damage amp. So much so that he is able to facilitate everyone in the right position and leads to spectacularly everyone, blowing everyone up in phase 3 consistently. It's quite nice, honestly.
Gross.
Okay.
I only remember Sphinx as like being in the guild with Ezreal. I keep forgetting that he's an actual agent.
Honestly, I forgot half his kit until like people reminded me, okay, he gives concentration and he has extended movement, and I was like, oh, really? Time to use him. I'm pretty sure like I
thought he only gave Leib.
I thought he gave concentration. Someone's giving concentration.
Yeah, I think Sphinx has concentration somewhere.
It's like he gives them the ability to give themselves
like
concentration.
It's like an after buff thing, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of buffs going on in this.
The limit at the magic range.
It's like after buff, get concentration so self and ally 60%.
Okay, why are we talking about Sphinx here? We're talking about Asterius. Any additional thoughts, Zalgus? You can hop in any time, by the way. Again, I'm not necessarily trying to order you, but I'm just trying to get someone started.
It's not guaranteeable, and therefore it's bad. No, yeah, he definitely used to be the premier damager. He's no longer anywhere near that, and I think it's cool that they gave him a massive buff to his proc rate, but it's still kind of bad considering his crit is only 62% or 72. Like this is like excavator levels. I think it's actually slightly worse.
His crit is 62%.
Yeah, and for Asterius to really do his like ridiculous explosive damage, he needs to get both.
Well, the other one is pretty much almost guaranteed.
Yeah, the other one's almost guaranteed, but you need crit still. And this is no longer the Gen 1, Gen 2 age of relying on excavator like we used to.
Okay. Well, I'll add.
Fine, but...
This is the age of relying on Smoky God.
Okay, I'll add on.
Yes, obligatory.
I'll add something to this since no one's mentioned it. He doesn't just amp his own damage, you know that, right? Everyone's been saying his own damage. He does amplify his allies' damage too.
Literally said he gave the darkness.
Yeah, but it's important too. And also, like, what's it called? If you're gonna be rolling a bunch with these crits, then the tenacity and tanking helps a lot, even if you don't think it's relevant. You're obviously not gonna be using Asterius for grinding no matter what, just simply because he's slash range. So, like, the only thing he'd really be useful for would be, I'd say, just to blind clears for quests, just because he does have that offensive support and defensive support and personal damage going on for him. So it makes a good combo, but outside of blind clears and maybe multi-phase, multi-mechanic quests, it's, yeah, you're not going to be grinding with him anytime soon. Okay,
Thank you for sharing your wisdom on his anchor strengthened levels of darkness.
Stop.
Advantage.
It's with the crit plus, jeez. And also it's damage mitigation too. Anchor does nothing else. At least darkness does something in addition to that. Okay, anyway, read out the chat if you will, Erbie.
Okay, where were we? The shy bow. What's the point? My bow husbando who came home with milk. Tanking is bad in personal, only healing worse. Moo, I'm happy for my boy. With all range, most damage dealers need to do more. Speaking of skill evolutions, I still can't believe they actually replaced Noden's darkness immunity into darkness immunity buff. Yeah, that was pretty weird. I don't even remember that.
It was to make some after buff effect activate or something.
He does not exist. Moo Moo at JO. Now it can be skill sealed.
Alright.
And yeah, that's all we have.
Moving on. We will now be talking about the last Evo of this first volume, Volos. This will be covered by Harvey Keyes. What do you think of this bear?
Very cute. Unfortunately, his Evo is less cute. So he gets a skill evolution for his Summary Spirit skill. His CP after moving doesn't change, but the debuff removal rate for after moving does go up by 10%. He now places a bomb status similar to Bargus and Turing on a target 2 squares away after the move phase, so you don't need to move for that one. And what this bomb does is that it has a flat 50% trigger rate before the target is hit to inflict break and drain at a 3 square diving radius. He also has Spirit at 80%, well, and also 90% if Blitz is active. And he also has Drain Advantage to adjacent allies after buff, and this multiplies the damage by 1.5 against enemies with Drain. And this goes up to 80% if his Blitz is active. So Volos' gimmick of capitalizing on enemy debuffs is a little more reliable now that he has a way to actually inflict debuffs. So if the Watermelon Bomb procs before Volos hits an enemy, he'll gain a 5.4 times multiplier with his innate advantage against debuffs plus the multiplier from break. And if he gets the drain advantage off, then nearby allies will get a 3.6 times multiplier against any target that was affected by the Melon Bomb. So Spirit on turn start won't do too much, but it does serve as another potential trigger for proccing drain advantage for his allies. So the Skivo does increase his value ceiling, but it doesn't really fix him as a unit. It just adds another layer of RNG into his already inconsistent kit. Like Regen and Vigor after moving still have spotty rates. And placing the Watermelon Bomb is always going to be risky because A, there's no way to guarantee that it will activate in the first place, and B, Volos will constantly have to be near the front line. And he has no way to defend himself if it doesn't actually proc, because he has no defensive buffs or any defense modifiers. So for the diehard Volos stands that like insist on using him in every quest, I guess this is a neat skeevo for you guys, since he's somewhat less dependent on other debuffers to pull his gimmick, even if the debuffs aren't guaranteed to go off every turn. For everyone else, if you weren't using Volos already, then probably you won't start using him just because of his skeevo. So yeah, not a lot to go off of here.
Yeah, this is the first one I didn't take starter notes on, so I'll just give my thoughts impromptu right now. I'm just upset with how his entire base kit revolves around doing extra damage to debuffs. And then this Evo is just like, what's called, not really giving a bunch of debuffs, but not really within range for his own target, and amplifying the damage to his allies instead. Since the bomb effect that goes up at a 50% rate, it doesn't actually apply to the target itself, which is bizarre. So, you know, Volos don't actually do extra damage to the target unit. And in addition to that, the drain advantage is also not to self, which is like, why? So it's a very bizarre mixture of, you know, not really doing anything for his own damage, and then letting his allies also slightly take advantage of it more, and also, as he said, just adding more RNG to his rather inconsistent kit. I don't really know what to make of this. I wouldn't use this for blind clears. I wouldn't use this for, you know, grinding. Maybe I'd use it as a meme for certain challenge quest clears, but that's pretty much it, which is not a great use case. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
When I first saw this kit, or this Evo, I immediately just thought to myself, Logic Bomb at home, because the Exploding Watermelon thing is in the face of Turing 5's Logic Bomb is really pitiful. Like, they have the same trigger rate and they have the same explosion radius, but Turing does a fuckload of flat damage, and also removes buffs. And also the rest of his kit is better. So the fact that Volos's Watermelon Bomb is so awful, just kind of, I don't know. I mean, I know he's Turing's a 5-star and Volos is just a 4-star, but I don't know, it just feels kind of shitty that the Watermelon Bomb is so bad. But yeah, it's a pretty terrible Evo.
The way you're saying is, it almost sounds like you want a better Logic Bomb. It's still gonna be Logic Bomb in the end, so.
I mean, it could be a better Logic Bomb, and it would be nice.
It's still gonna be only 50%.
Yeah, they could have actually, just made that a better trigger rate, which is what Meridia has, but her skills worse anyway, or bad anyway, but I'll go on that later. But yeah, I have used some of Volos in the past for like meme players, because I thought it was interesting they had the whole debuff advantage thing, but it was only 1.5 times damage on every debuff, so it was always kind of bad. In addition to the fact that his own damage is unreliable because it's a bloody 30% crit at G's. So yeah, it's a pretty terrible Evo. I wish they would have broken into the debuff advantage a bit more without having to rely on this terrible Logic Bomb skill, but oh well.
My thoughts on this is that Life Wonders hates watermelons. And this is the kind of treatment that every unit that has watermelons on their art. That's the reason. It will always be shit. Forever.
You're talking about Maria, aren't you?
That's it.
We'll get to her. We're not talking about her yet.
I agree.
Okay, not exactly what's called analytic, but whatever. It's not a great Evo that deserves one anyways. But
there's not a lot to say that everyone else was going to say.
Yeah, you're right. You don't have to force on anything. A funny comment is fine enough. So thanks, Harvey. You can read out the chat now, Harvey.
Well, this was a 4-star Valiant Thrust unit. There was never any hope for him.
Also, closer to the mic, if you will.
Best bear with good watermelon. Below was. My bear husband came with watermelons.
There's nothing
I
else to
got
say.
both of these two now. Watermelon explosion. Boom goes the watermelon. Volos.
Alright. We are now done with the first set of Evos. We will now be talking about Volume 36. This will be covered by Zalgus, I believe. Go ahead.
Oh, me again. Alright, yeah, assume that it will be the turn next, but anyway. Yes, so, Samaria, we were just talking about how the watermelon bear. She kind of is too. Right, so her vigor becomes 90% rate instead of 70%, so that's good because, 70% for a skill when you're being hit is a joke. I mean, it was always a mediocre skill, but at least it's guaranteeable now. She gains crit ++ at a 100% rate on move phase end. Except she also gains crit ++ resistance when she hits something. So the moment she hits something, she's going to remove her crit ++. And the resistance lasts for 2 turns, so she can only activate crit ++ every other turn. So 1, 3, 5. So essentially, this kind of makes her like a blow unit. Because she can only hit 1 unit with the powerful hit, but she's a slash range. So she does have like a bit more range on the sides, but she suffers from the worst damage modifier because, she deals 45% damage as compared to a 1x multiplier of blow. But that one hit, she deals 10.9k damage, which is not particularly impressive considering we've got magic units who can do comparable damage or more than that, without gimping themselves to only one target. We've got like Valentine's Valor, we have probably Takamura, I haven't calculated his damage in a hot minute. We have Andvari, who we'll get onto later. But yeah, if her terrible crit rate happens to proc, then she'll deal way more damage. She'll deal like over 40k, which, that's a lot of damage, but it's also only for one enemy. And it's at a 32% rate anyway, so yeah, not that impressive. I don't see the need to nerf the crit ++ so heavily, considering that even if it were unhindered, it would still only be 10.9k damage in slash range, which, again, not very impressive. There might be some meme applications for the crit ++ because it appears before she attacks on move phase end, so if we ever get someone who copies buffs from allies when attacking or on move phase end, we might be able to get something out of that, but I don't really see that. Yeah, I don't really see that happening, or if it does happen, I don't think it's going to become a premier strategy or anything.
There's
more likely
what's it called? Sandayu, isn't there?
To do...
He steals buffs every time he attacks or something?
He steals them from enemies, I think.
It's from enemies, not from allies.
I did look that up.
He steals from enemies? I thought there was some sort of buff spread thing happening there. Maybe I'm mistaken.
He spreads it to his buffs to allies.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I doubt we'll get such a thing, or if we do, you're probably not going to use Maria for buffing them. Assuming you even have her. I doubt many people actually have her. So she also has after attacking 4k flat damage to enemies and those adjacent. So this is her obligatory watermelon related skill. It's after attacking, so that sucks because it means it can't actually help to kill a target on its own. Otherwise it's an okay amount of flat damage, and if you slash 3 enemies at once, it'll splash a decent amount of damage. 3 times on the center enemy and 2 times on the sides, so 12k on the middle and 8k on the sides, which is alright to assist her damage, I guess. And she gains turn start evasion for phase turn 1 and 2, and this lets her actually use her vigor after being hit, since, she can actually let herself safely get hit, in addition to the fact that it's a 90% rate now. And it also lets Maria get her second crit ++ without putting herself in danger, assuming she immediately gives herself crit ++ resistance on turn 1. She'll have it by turn 3. She also has vertical movement up. She's short range, so sure, I guess, but she still hasn't got much of a reason to move, though, because all she gives is regeneration to allies, and only left and right, so it's kind of a whatever skill there. Yeah, so it's an okay Evo, I guess, but the rest of her kit is still awful. So, like, you know, if she was able to do truly explosive damage onto one enemy reliably, you know, I could maybe see a reason to have her, because, you know, you'd be able to hit someone from the side or whatever and blow them up. But, and, you know, she has actual survivability now, so she can afford to get hit and activate her Vigor and Dazzle and all that. Although, it does mean she's going to activate her Beach Babe, which I've forgotten, but Beach Babe applies to the person who's hitting her, right? So she's buffing the enemy team.
And the allies adjacent to her, but not herself.
Yeah, but the evolution also gives them Dazzle sometimes.
Okay.
So
Sometimes.
it's weird.
I haven't seen
Sometimes.
Beach Babe in so long, I've forgotten how it works, but yeah, Beach Babe is still kind of a meme skill.
It was meant to, like, you know, counteract it, but because of how it's programmed, they could just, you know, one could go off without the other, which leads to them sometimes getting Ardor without Dazzle, which would be big meme.
They should have just bundled it.
Yeah, well.
Too hard.
But yes, she can actually take advantage of her being hit skills now with the evasion, and her damage got some assistance, but it's needlessly gimped for some reason, and just makes it worse for, like, I don't see why. So yeah, I still wouldn't use Summer Maria even if I had her. But yeah, I don't have her. Most
fine.
of what she's offering is just damage, but it's not good damage. So, you know, just bring any slash attacker. Not that we have that many, but yeah, we have any number of long range attackers. We have many magic range attackers, so there is no need to use Maria.
I don't know what to say. Any of you can start. I don't know what to do this.
This Evo is fucking dog shit.
Literally the
Gets
worst.
Vertical
evolution.
movement, and her only movement skill is regen to allies.
Guys,
cool.
We have a new weapon range now. Diagonal range blow. It's great.
She has crit plus
Diagonal range,
resistance
yes,
that
it
lasts 2 turns. She can't even have that weapon range for more than 1 turn at a time.
Oh my god. Yeah. There's no reason why you'd want to survive for more than 4 turns just for a second crit plus with maybe Vigor and not even Ardor, and then not for herself. It's just. Let's move on. So
I think it's cool that Maria learned from Jacob how to be a blow unit. That's it.
rest in peace,
really
Jacob. You.
Taking the mantle of the missionaries guildmaster now.
So she does the
Very
most
immersive.
damage to the left diagonal space. The flat damage has the most to the center of the slash range.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny that that skill seems to be designed to hit multiple enemies, but the crit plus is designed to hit one and only one. It's at odds with each other even.
Well, I'm sure no one actually cares if we're Evo 6 or not, so let's move on. You can read out the chat, Zalgus.
I mean, people seem to like Maria, but yeah, it's her summon unit was.
It's more like an oh no anyway moment.
I think people are more excited about her second variant, if anything.
If that
Yes,
will happen,
please,
I guess that
whenever
could happen.
Well, she is a guild master, acting. Where were we?
We were at Volos.
Which one?
My Volos.
Now my bear. Oh, your fault. Oh, I was only reading the ones up top. That's a shame. That's kind of a shame. He got some decent options these days to support his debuff advantage gimmick at least. Yeah, but if you wanted to take advantage of debuffs, you would just use the people who did that in the first place, like Tanjiro Infinity or Kirito. I sometimes wonder what's going on in Life Wonder's heads when making a skill evo. I don't know, because some of these skill evos are actually good, as we'll talk about in a bit, and then the rest of them are whatever this is. There's a discrepancy with what Life Wonders considers good and what global players, even JP, has different opinions. Some old units probably have a low ownership of active players. Well, yeah, I can't imagine many people own Maria, Summer Maria, because who did her banner even have? Was it?
It was Jin
Summer?
and Summer Jiraiya, maybe, and
Was Bathin on that one?
Bathin was on that, yeah.
I think it was Jin and Bathin. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Well,
No, it was Jin and Choji, maybe.
Choji was the
Well,
new unit, yeah.
Okay, well, they're all bad, so or unimpressive. So
The event wasn't
No
that great
surprise.
either in terms of story, but that's neither here nor there.
Bathin is, I guess, Bathin is a bait character for people who want his whatever.
He's like low-hanging
yeah,
fruit, horny.
uh,
That's whatever.
Yeah, I can't imagine many people have Maria in that case.
Okay,
Wait,
Great lesbian.
what's that?
Your banner was the Jiraiya one, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Just
thought.
looked at the wiki page.
Everyone
Choji
forgot
was
about
on
Try.
the second banner.
Oh.
And yet he was one of the earliest units to get a second variant, or early air quotes. But yeah, great lesbian.
I mean, to
Okay.
be honest, at least Maria is still remembered. No one remembered Jiraiya.
She's remembered. Well, I mean, she's remembered because she's a girl and she's important in the MSQ.
That's okay. Neither of those are particularly true. It's mostly she's remembered because she's actually a great character in the story, whereas everyone else is just fucking like stupid dumbass that makes idiotic decisions or is evil or whatever. Maria's actually the OG when it comes to like forgiving heinous shit, and also like she's just one person and her entire guild's against her, and she's still trying to pick up the pieces, and because of some deadbeat guild masters that leaves, and she manages somehow all by herself, and I think that's why she's doing cool. But again, neither here nor there. We should be talking about the units, so let's just
mind your language, Ara.
yeah. I someone could tell I held back some words. Anyway, that never happened. Go ahead and read out the chat. Is this Zalgus? Zalgus, yeah.
I have every variant of Jiraiya, but don't like him. Understandable, and not Ara about to drop the no words.
Yeah, never happened.
Forgiving Jarl Maria is an all-loving heroine. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we should move on.
Yeah, we move on.
Yeah,
All right, move on. Maria never happened. Why not talking about Eita? Such a great Evo.
What
Herbie,
everyone was
go ahead.
waiting for, I can't believe it. This is what everyone was waiting for. The Eita's skill evolution.
I mean, I was waiting for it. I got him from the grab bag, so I need to make him work.
It's very sad that Maria got that skill evolution and Eita got a real skill evolution, but even though he already had one. But let's see. Eita now has cross 2 squares evasion pierce every turn guaranteed, basically. So he's going to be giving every turn evasion pierce to self and allies. Why to self when he already has it? Who knows? I don't. Doesn't matter. Let's move on. On top of that, he also gained some new functionality when moving. He had previously acceleration and increased vertical movement, but you really didn't use to move him before. Most of his utility was passive. So now they're trying to encourage you to move this unit to get some neat benefits out of it. So now if you move Set Sail Eita, he will bestow shot range to himself and allies to 2 squares to the left and right. This is also a guaranteed skill, so he does not need glint or seeds or whatever, no skill seed bait. It is guaranteed. You move him, everyone to the left and right is going to turn into shock range, presuming they're not immune to it, of course. He also applies an inverse pyramid, a 2x4 2.5 times damage from short range at 90%, which is the equivalent of an attack buff. So if he's going to bestow short range, this is pretty much an attack buff against these units, since everyone's going to be short range. So this is a pretty neat buff, is what I would have said if it actually hit. If it actually hit all the units. Since it's an inverse pyramid range, it means that it's going to be missing a lot of units, especially if it's a big board. It's going to be missing the diagonal bottom units for starters that are closely related to Eita. So the unit to the left of Eita and the unit of the right of Eita are going to deal less damage to the first unit they hit, assuming it's on the bottom row. So you have to take that into account if you plan on using him, because even though the rate is very good at 90%, you're still going to deal less damage to those enemies, so watch out for that. This is also a move phase end. This is not needed. You don't need to move them for this to trigger. It is automatic. But obviously you will want to move them, because you want this to use that short range so that they can get the advantage, unless you're already using a short range team. Unfortunately, he did not gain increased horizontal movement, so this is not really going to help him too much. But he did gain a if unmoved anchor around himself. Why? I don't know. I don't care. But he gained it. If he moves, he gives short range. If he does not move or is moved, he gives anchor. That's pretty much it. This helps him further boost the damage of his allies. He previously had Ardor at cross radius as well, but it was only 70%. It still is at 70%, but it's if he hits multiple enemies, it's practically 100%. You hit 3 enemies, it's going to trigger for sure. The problem there is that it's probably not going to take advantage of it, of this Ardor on the first units he hits. But still, this is certainly a skill evolution. I forgot if I mentioned the evasion pierce, or I did mention. That's the first thing I mentioned. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think this is a okay skill evolution. It's probably going to help some people if they're using Eita in the vertical maps for sure. Since it's going to open up a lot of opportunities as well. Since previously you'd probably only use this sort of strategy of transforming upon changes of everyone into 3 squares or more range with Sphinx, I believe. And Sphinx was not the best of units for this, and he also bestowed magic range, which is pretty inefficient for farming. But with short range, it's the perfect range for farming these vertical maps. Unfortunately, as I said before, it does have the disadvantage of bottommost units not receiving increased damage. It also has the disadvantage of the Ardor not being guaranteed as well. So if there's less enemies on the middle, it's probably not going. There is a chance it's not going to trigger. But most of all, he only grants evasion piercing in a world where Christmas Nomad exists. It's kind of a little bit redundant unless you're doing coin scuffles really to have evasion pierce these days. But I do think, unlike Christmas Nomad, that it does have an advantage, which is that he's capable of giving this on a much larger radius. A lot of his abilities have this 2 squares cross range, 2 squares up and 2 squares left and right. So he's also going to function similarly well sometimes in large maps as well. I think this is definitely a boost that Eita probably needed, since he only had Ardor and the ability to pierce all the defensive buffs himself. But also, I don't think this is particularly the most reliable skill evolution, and feels a niche that we actually needed all this time. It's there if you want to use Eita, but why would you? and that is my opinion on it.
Okay. I'll hop in before Harvey tears this down. I do think it's actually an incredible Evo. Is it better than Christmas Nomads? Probably not, but if it's a 5-star and Christmas Nomad has a 5-star, right? So if you happen to have Eita and you don't have Christmas Nomad, Eita can work as a perfectly serviceable functional replacement. He won't allow for defense piercing, but more importantly, he can still allow evasion piercing, even in that 2-square radius, 2 squares left and right. And that means he doesn't even really need to be in the middle, unlike Christmas Nomad. Granted, it's better for the damage that way with the shot weakness that he inflicts on the enemy. But I do think that because you just have more options in general with that shot weapon change, you can just have a lot more viable options of non-moving primary column clears in the center that can also buff allies left and right. So I didn't take any notes of who exactly, but yeah, you just certainly have more options, and you can of course just use normal column clears too on top of that are already shot range. You can even use snipe column clears if you want, and strengthen their damage a bit by reducing it to shot range, since the difference in penalty between snipe and shot is actually fairly massive. So yeah, I'd say Eita is a solid unit that, with his Evo, that can now make an entire team work specifically for tall maps. But you do need some additional damage amps, and I'm not saying he's the centerpiece unit. He might actually have better use for him on the side, rather. But he certainly can make the entire team come into fruition for that singular purpose. Whereas the other members may as well be just selfish to their own damage for their own column. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Eita. No one wants to hop in on Eita?
He is okay. I don't think anyone's really pressed about more column clearing support, but I guess this is an option if you really need that evasion piercing.
Closer to the mic, please, Harvey. Sorry.
This is as close as...
Okay, maybe project a bit more then.
I know Erbie said that he can technically just bestow weapon change shot on either side of the map, but when he does that, he doesn't really get the most value out of his shot weakness range. So that is a trade-off that you have to consider when you do that. Also, his damage is kind of shit if his Ardor doesn't proc. So you also have to make up for that, and either giving him proc rate buffs or by giving him just straight up other damage multipliers. Yeah. I don't like the Christmas Nomad comparison, because Christmas Nomad can be used outside of 3x6 maps, and Eita's kind of stuck in column clearing. I don't think anyone's gonna use him to kill the shark ever, but what do I know?
I mean, people were already using him to kill the shark. 4-star 8 enemies. But now 5-star can join the team with his extended range.
Eita was a mistake. That one was please.
Yeah, I do think it's a pretty good buff, because previously 5-star Eita was kind of a nothing character who was worse than his 4-star, like well, I don't know. I never saw anyone using his 4-star or a 5-star. Everyone always used the 4-star for buff
Ramu.
removal, including me. Yeah, and so yeah, I think it's nice that he got, or 5-star Eita got a unique buff that does give him a niche, because not everyone has Christmas Nomad. So even if Christmas Nomad is more flexible, I guess having more accessibility is always nice. It's definitely usable. It's nothing like Maria.
That's the highest praise yet.
Because he doesn't have watermelons on his art, of course.
I mean, I could give him more praise than just that, but Maria's topical, so...
It's fine. We should speed up through these evos anyways. Feel free to read out the chat, Erbie.
Oh, where did we left off again?
Forgiving Niall Maria is an all-loving hero.
Okay. The skill evolution description also improves S8 significantly by covering him up. Joy emoji. So glad I'm safe in the chat pop-up window and don't have to look at this abomination. Question mark. Most of the others don't actually watch the stream while actually doing the stream. This is true, I'm not watching the stream. This kid really said prank him, John. Shota's getting the best weapon change skills at Arathon. That is why you have to keep focused. I actually like clothed Eita. Wow, I can't believe you made me say that. Fat kid. Here's a fun fact. If you pair him up with Soul for a weapon shot weakness gimmick team, the letters remove defense buffs gimmick invalidates Eita's bonus damage to defense buffs. Yeah, that is exactly what everyone is going to do right now. Let's pair Eita with Soul to make this
Stacking shot advantage. Why not?
Very funny.
Everyone
Taking the
loves
shot
anti-synergy.
advantage. Oh, well, actually, that might not be a bad idea, because it would transform Soul into shot range as well. That would be funny.
We did it.
And it
Erbie's
would
an
increase the
Eita
damage
believer.
effect. No, I'm not an Eita believer. Sorry, Yara. I just thought it would say it's funny. I just thought it would be funny that Soul could benefit from his own thing. But actually, I don't even know if he could. It's probably after like I would need to reach him. This is a message for parents. Please do not let your child bring giant warships into the pool. Quick, say some S8 is meta.
You heard it here, folks.
No, I will
Erbie
not.
said it. Erbie said Erbie is meta. Eita's meta. Okay.
I've said no such thing.
No, you did. We can rewind it if you want to be sure.
I am
Anyways,
a non-believer.
now that that's ingrained in fact and for the history books, we'll move on to the last topic of the evolutions. We will now be talking about Andvari. So this evolution is rather simple, but it's actually quite fucking busted, honestly. So let's review it. The base skill is his crit on movability, which is at 64%. Now it has been increased in reliability to 90%. In addition, he has 2 additional damage amplification sources on top of that. One attacking break at the combatant at an 80% rate, so that'll be applied before damage calculation, as well as Ardor on self on phase start. Those are honestly ridiculous buffs straight up right there. I'll get to the skill lock part later, but yeah, every single one of his damage amplification skills is now guaranteeable, including his late phase crit ability, because if you skill seed him, then you can get 100% crit and 100% Ardor. And if you move him, then he still has his concentration ability at 90%, which is guaranteed built to 100%. And if he has concentration, then the break is also guaranteed with skill seed to 100%. So he does an insane amount of damage. It's kind of scary. Like, I didn't do the damage check at first, but like, I think I have a comparison chart that you guys can see right now. So, looking at his damage, he does a 32,000 damage per square with his crit, concentration, and break. And if he happens to have Ardor, so early in a phase, then it'll be 77,000 damage per square. Not even looking at his charge, which he builds up decently charge with his CP on hit, which is a bit over 100,000 versus a bit over or under 300,000, depending on if he has break up or not. Now, the important thing to realize is the comparisons with other damage dealers. Magic damage dealers, the highest magic damage dealer we had before Andvari was Yoritomo, with like a bunch of restrictions on him that weren't guaranteed at 32,000 damage per square. Andvari matches that without even having Ardor, so when he does have Ardor, he does more than twice as much at 77,000 damage per square. It's kind of ridiculous. So he is currently the strongest magic damage dealer in the game, and also just has guaranteed reliability for all his damage amp sources. But his damage is so high that you can straight up compare him to more traditional column clears too. So he's higher than pretty much everyone except for Gangstar Fushi when he's moved, which is at 97,000 damage per square. Still, that is like an incredible amount of damage to have on Andvari. And yeah, let's talk about a bit about that last ability as well. In addition, he also has a skill lock to self, which is also guaranteeable when he has concentration as well as skill seeding. So when he's hit, he inflicts skill lock on the enemy that is hitting him. And that will be paired with his curse that he inflicts on enemies that hit him, which has a base rate of 70%. So in combination with that, as well as his regeneration and his guts, he is a lot more viable as a stall tank. So kind of functions like Kengo, except without his Kengo's resistances to certain move disablement skills. But he can just take a lot of hits now and prevent the enemy from hitting him strongly thereafter. So whether you're using him for like column clearing or just for long-term, what's called tanking across multi-phase quests, he is going to be an incredibly solid unit that has just damage that is viable for not just for his own range, but also if you want to extend it with the classic Summer Pool Oz setup, then he works. My recommendation for him is very obvious. Bring him with Summer Oz, and he happens to be able to equip a new AR, which is a booster. So as we know, Andvari is already a booster for coin. If you pair him with another booster, the seed booster, then he'll be optimal for seed grinding, since all seed and blossom quests also drop coin. And he is perfectly viable to eliminate all enemies in the Chapter 13 grind quest for phases 1 through 3, excluding Ramu, in one hit with Oz, with his ridiculous damage that is like with a setup of Wakan, Tonka Mugen, as well as Spooky God. He is able to just delete everyone except for Ramu, and because he has his CP building ability, suddenly his charge is also relevant. He'll inflict break on Ramu as well as have his other damage amp sources, and he can get crit at a guaranteed rate now to finish off Ramu. Even if he doesn't have defense piercing, his damage is just that high that he can delete him across all his defense buffs. So Andvari is just if you pulled him strictly just for the coin bonus and you're lacking for actual units that could help you clear tall maps, or if you just shove him back up, well, congrats, he's a lot more usable now in the front line too. So yeah, I definitely actually straight up one of the strongest damage dealers in the game now from this Evo. It's kind of scary. So yeah, congrats to everyone who actually has him. Those are pretty much all my thoughts on this unit.
Is what he deserves.
Yeah.
I think the review was a bit overhyped, because I'm not really sold on this skill evolution a lot. Because one thing I think you failed to mention is that the comparison with other magic range units. Some of those magic range units do not require movement, and Andvari requires movement to guarantee all that damage. Still, it's a very impressive amount of damage, but it's still a very selfish unit that provides no support and also requires movement.
I mean, you may be.
Thing that I think.
Wait! Before you continue, I want to say. Before you continue, I'm stopping you right there. We have a bunch of units now that can damage amp without moving, including Leib, but also just a lot of classic things like Durga and all that. And Shalotl.
It still restricts the team building in the same way. We might have a lot of units that buff without moving, but having units that can deal damage without moving is always better than having units that can deal damage that need to move, because it limits the amount of units you can use with that unit.
Okay, well,
That's what I'm trying to say.
in comparison, the strongest
And
damage-dealing
also-
magic unit that does not need to move is Balor. But his problem to me is that his rates aren't consistent for his advantage abilities because his, fucking paralysis and countdown aren't guaranteed or guaranteeable.
Also, I was going to touch on his CP building capability, which increased a lot and is pretty bad, and is the reason why I did not do this skill evolution quest, because he can actually get his CS now pretty easily by the fourth phase on coin scuffles. So this is actually pretty bad because of the ardor he gained on phase start, and it's what's been keeping me from actually doing this skill evolution. Not only that, it might not be the best usage with Summer Oz, because he does have built-in CP generation, and if he gets his CS up, you're going to need that AR to skill lock him. Not skill lock him, but CS lock him. Otherwise, he's just going to be magic range one phase.
Oh, wait.
But yeah, I think it is a good skill evolution in terms of damage amplification, but also I'm not entirely sold out for the content we have right now. That I'm not going to do this skill evolution quest because of it.
For coin
Maybe
scuffles,
when
right?
we need higher numbers, but not right now. But
Erbie, have you not seen Erita's coin clear video? Super fast. You don't need to put Andvari in the front for that.
I know that. But also, I want to use my team as well as not use the summoner thing. Well, that is true. While that is true, he still charges his CS very fast, and it's always going to be a gamble in these quests whether or not he's going to charge his CS, and you're going to have to find a way to stop it, because 6 CP to self at a 50% rate is not high, but when you're doing that over multiple phases, it does stack up. But I do think it's a good skill evolution in terms. He has a lot of shit going for him, but for what I use him for, I don't want it. He's definitely more viable for other stuff, though, I will admit.
Yeah, I mean, for coin scuffles, shouldn't you not be having Andvari in front anyways? Even on support, you should be using coin cat or something. It's bizarre that you use him. Well, that's just my opinion, I guess. I used to use Andvari for
I am using
coin
him on the front.
Yeah, he's hitting a redundant square though. Not optimal. Well, it's fine. Yeah. Guys, hop in anytime.
But you're having a very involved argument.
Just finished.
Yeah, we did.
Just finished.
When I was a newer player, I actually kind of used Summer Andvari support a lot to progress through the main quest. And this was like back when I didn't really understand too much about the game at first. But the schema really makes him a lot better at like those hack and slash type of quests. So newer players can actually probably get farther than I did with Summer Andvari, now that he has access to shit like skill lock and break.
Okay, me next, I guess. Yeah, I like the Seaver a lot. I like Andvari, and he did used to be a pretty impressive magic damage dealer. Even with just crit and concentration, he was very impressive for around the time he released. He, lost a lot of the shine as the times went on and people like Balor came out. But I think it's nice that he has regained his crown a bit, especially considering he's, has that niche of being like the only coin boosting unit besides Lucky Cat. So yeah, I think it's nice to have. But yeah, it's definitely a good Evo.
Very cool. Okay, so yeah, my strongest
It's
recommendation.
better,
overall.
it's better than Maria's Evo.
You're gonna say that every time.
Yes, I think I think we can say that for every Evo.
It's better than
Okay.
Volos' Evo. Then.
I would even say Astartes Evo was better than Maria's.
Well, it's just arousal. I'm pretty sure it wasn't that bad.
It was literally just around.
It was not that bad.
Yes. At least it was guaranteed.
They got better healing.
Oh,
That's poggers.
right. That also happened, I
Yes.
guess. We even use those starting nowadays besides for Shenong memes. Okay, I think we're done with Andvari, so I'll briefly just read out the chat and then we can finally move on to the ARs. Let's see. If I still played, I'd be popping off at this. I always used Andvari because I was too lazy to swap teams. Oh, did he stop playing recently? That's unfortunate. Ara Andvari CL's bitch. Yeah, he's quite the mega busted unit. I'm glad that I got him fairly early on. I mean, I didn't get him in the first banner. It took me a while to get him eventually, but he was always my target just specifically because of min-maxing and he had decent damage. But now it's great because he's beyond just a resource utility unit. He also actually has battle utility and won't just be dead weight. Wasn't lucky enough to get Andvari. I also think that other magic range nukes also have other things that they offer to team beyond damage. Copium. Definitely Copium. Nametaker has the Poof Guts. Nametaker can inflict the magic range debuff. Those are true too, yeah. I'm just strictly speaking of raw damage, of course. There's always side utility that can't really directly be compared, so that's always a factor. But strictly speaking, in terms of if you don't know how to team build at all and you're just using a single unit or moving them constantly, then Andvari would have like one of the highest damage in the entire game, not even just among magic damage dealers. Hope you get him another time, JR Bear. Why is my hefty dwarf taskmaster summer boss so hot? Yes, he requires all the stones and the coin for seeding. Hardcore charge skill min-maxing. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, but also his charge does deal more damage too with his stigma. I mean, that's not changed, but still, it's just a lot more glaring now that Andvari is even more important to get now. Yo, Israel, welcome. You're here for, even though you've got terrible strategy in this game. Yeah, I mean, maybe you may not be able to register everything, but stick around for your favorites, and in very least, maybe you'll be able to care enough to understand that fully. There's gonna be, of course, the summer Leib talk much later in the stream. It's gonna be fun to talk about for some people here, not so much for others who didn't get them. But yeah, look forward to that. When can I make an Andvari and Albrecht sandwich team? Spoiler, never. At least you have the AR. Nicholas, we discussed the new trends and you can learn about them. Yeah, and if not, there's also the Discord, which you can find the server linked in the description. Making turn. Why is my hefty making turn? Why is my hefty dwarf? Did I read that already? I did. Coin explosion. I made a mistake, sorry. Just do it like me and use Tindalos to drain charge from your team. I don't know. Not the endurance strategies. Okay. We are finally done with the Evos. Sorry that took so long, but honestly, I think we're making good time for 6 topics. We will now be talking about the ARs. Hopefully we'll go through this even faster since they're not full kits. Starting with Harvey's favorite unit, Bunyan, paired with Vapula riding some uncanny horses.
Wow. Right. So, this AR, other than looking atrocious, has 2 main effects. The first effect is that it gives anchor to self and allies above and below 1 square after attack. And this scales from 20% to 40%, depending on how many copies of this area you have. The second effect, which is the more interesting effect, is that it gives guts to allies above and below when the unit leaves. And this is at a constant 100% proc rate. So, it's always guaranteed even if you have only 1 copy of it. So, this is one of the more usable 3-star gacha ARs, but it's also 100% a meme AR. You will never use this in any relevant quest. The anchor effect is like kind of whatever. It might tech a HDQ like once every 2 years, but don't count that too much. I think being able to bestow guts at just 1 copy is pretty interesting though. And it does synergize well with units, you can apply other effects when you leave, such as Babe Bunyan's Vigor, or anyone affected by Vapula or Lick's unique statuses that amplify your team when an ally dies. But other than these specific cases where you want your own units to die, this is a pretty meh AR, as those types of classes that demand you bring some sort of defensive answer are pretty rare. Yeah, those are all my thoughts on this garbage AR.
It's garbage AR, but it's at least has some utility that can be conceivable. In other words, it's not the Ixbalanque AR, which we'll talk about eventually too. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about this AR.
I hate this art
I think
so
it's
much.
just garbage. You could just use whatever. You can just use one of the new units that's coming out right now. There you go.
Splitting some cuts every year, yeah.
Well, for like a 3-star garbage AR, it has a pretty unique / half-decent effect, I guess. Even if
I
it
do
will
think
only
that there are even more garbage ARs than this in the future, though.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I can put it like that.
I mean, yeah, the effect is fine for, a 3-star AR. It's not the worst thing, but...
Usually gotcha
unfortunately,
ARs are
again,
shit, but at least this one is usable with just one copy.
I wish it was less usable, so I would have less incentive to use it. And wish it did art.
Uncanny
Fuck this
Babe Bunyan, potato Babe Bunyan will haunt you forever.
It made my child smooth.
They peeled him. They peeled your boy. Okay, let's not dilly-dally. Read out the chat. Harvey.
Right. Where did we leave off?
Andy Belly Button.
Okay. Unfortunately, I pulled out Boogeyman instead of Leib. Want him a lot. Sorry to hear that. My son out on the ranch. Maybe you should call him back inside. OMG, everyone, we got horses in Hosamo. God, even though horses look bad, huh? LW, horse phobic, and babe nipple. Yeah, please don't say that. Very cute AR. Disagree. Cute lion demon. Debatable here. Call child services. Where are babe's parents? Yeah.
There are no
Remember when
parents. There's only
Sam
daddies and
wanted
mommies.
fucking Paul Bunyan, and then we got Babe Bunyan instead. That was funny. Give it to Vapula, sacrifice like Sand Dragon. God, Sand Dragon can't even equip this. It's so bad. It's so sad. I got my first 4-star Vapula from Current Banner. Upside down face. Ugly art. Hey, what I miss? Nothing important. Well, I guess there was Lean Powers. Evo, I guess. That's about it. Just the buffs to all the summer units. You miss ugly art.
Babe nipple. Alright, moving on.
Wow.
Alright, who's covering this again? Erbie. Go ahead, Jugo and Avarga. You're up.
Okay, when I was saying that there were most ARs in this patch, this is one of them. This is just absolute trash AR. It has an effect, a turn start effect that decreases the HP of enemies in blow range at a 30% base, going up to 60%. And you're decreasing the 750 HP at blow range. That is the effect at level 1 at 30%. The other effect is a defense modifier at 0.8 times that takes 0.8 times damage from blow ranged enemies. That is this AR. It can be equipped by blow, thrust, and mount slash. This is worthless. You will never use this ever. This is really just this wasn't even useful for the event bonus because I think it gave the same event bonus at the time as every other AR. So yeah, this is just an AR to look at Avarga's bulge. That's it.
Yeah, no need to mince it. Congrats on Life Runners for breaking new ground and finally putting in actual porn in their game for the AR art. But other than that, this belongs in the. It's not even worth talking about theoretical uses. Just never use this AR. Just never use it.
But Erbie can put this on Taishaku-sen. But blow modifier.
No.
You should put this on Jacob to increase his blow range resistance. That's what you should do.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting art, but the effect is pretty worthless. I don't know why they continue to make ARs like this, but oh well.
Okay. Read out the chat. Let's move on. Read out the chat, Erbie.
There is nothing to say other than Avarga Bulge. I don't even know how to feel about this art. Avarga proving once again he looks way better when drawn by other artists. Now if only the writing could improve. That's not true, you'll use this for filler. Never. Awkwardly looking, but I do like the way Avarga's muscles and chest hair is drawn. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
You would never use this for filler either, by the way. There are better fillers straight up that you can equip on everyone.
Pretty much. Unless this is the only AR that you have that can be equipped on that specific unit. I don't understand what I'm looking at. Whose body is whose? I think it's pretty clear. You just need to stop looking at the bulge, really.
No, Jugo's making a pass at Avarga.
Avarga might be in main quest, but that doesn't mean he's best represented. He's not been doing anything here. Increase his what? This AR blows. Didn't even know that was Jugo at first glance. Put me in the middle of the sandwich right now. The true accomplishment of this AR is making Avarga look hot. He was already hot, kind of. And that is
now
it.
you can look at his body hair.
Yeah, the body hair is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than sex, it does look like Jugo is just fighting his suddenly sentient tumor growing out of his body. I don't know what to describe this AR as. Alright, let's move on. So, we'll be talking about the first 5-star AR. This will be covered by Harvey Keyes again. So, Tindalos and Enigma, what do you think of this AR?
Tindalos looks cute. I don't know who the other person in the AR is. So, this AR has 2 effects. The first effect is that it has a board-wide nullify debuff. And this proc rate scales from 80% to 100%, depending on how many copies you have. The second effect is that it reduces damage taken from all range by 40%. So,
Harvey, my sweetheart, please project your voice. Show your beautiful voices to the world. Do not be afraid, child.
This is as close to them I guess I can get. I don't know what you want from me.
Just, I don't know, speak
This
cool down
is-
to it. Yeah.
This is a incredibly shit AR. Do not bother with this one, because you are already taking significantly less damage from all ranges low weapon multiplier. Nullify debuff each phase might be useful if you know you're going to take like an unavoidable debuff and the enemy won't reapply it, but other than that, this AR's effects are way too weak to be worth bringing in most quests. And it is so sad that this AR has 0 offensive capabilities, and its defensive effects are not only stupidly niche, but also the only things you are getting on a 5-star AR. Like, you don't even get a CS multiplier. Anyways, yeah, I don't like this AR's effects, even if Tindalos looks cute here.
Yeah, Enigma does look pretty cute, doesn't he? So, when I see this AR, all I can think of is it's a better version of that Triton Dagon AR, which was just like adjacent unit space chart for reflect debuff. I don't know if that was guaranteed or not, but it had like no other effects.
That
And
AR has a CS multiplier.
do people really?
It's guaranteed if you max it. Yes.
Okay, but the
It's
truth
guaranteed
is,
if you max it on
the
face.
truth is though, we all need to bring boosters, and none of the boosters, for some reason, still don't have any of charge multipliers, so it doesn't matter. Zalgus, hop in. It's your time to defend how Enigma is actually the hottest polar bear in this game.
I mean, I like Leib better, so. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. If they start nullify debuff is, I mean, it's nice that it's global, but we have had units who could do similar things forever now. Like we even had like what's his face Agio. Not that I would use him expressly for that purpose, but he can certainly do it. But yeah, we have plenty of units who can already do that, and yeah, ranged defense is. If I wanted defense, I would just like pick anyone with tenacity or protection, not whatever this is. It's not impressive at all, especially for a 5-star. It's kind of a joke, actually.
I've already had this exact same effect on another AR before, the one with Soul and Ryota.
Another problem was
very funny.
Another problem with all range resistance. Now that I think about it, is that usually if they have all range, the scaling damage isn't a problem. It's the part that can't be scaled down, the flat damage that's a problem. So this wouldn't even protect against that.
Yeah, the real problem with this AR is that it can't be equipped by Taishakuta. That's why.
Of course.
I was going to skip it.
Alright, anyways, it's a bust. Read the chat, and we can move on. Harvey.
Hi, it's me again. TBH, yeah, Avarga is pretty hot, but the app stores, or LW, loosen up about body hair, question mark. Also, OMG pizza, we did it, guys. It's Pizza Sama. Blue barrel and purple barrel. Huh. Those two will fight for me. Video games. Enigma looks so cute in this AR. The roommate not fighting. It's like the mediocrity of Enigma passed into this AR.
He did it. He managed to do it.
Enigma fucking ruined
Sabotage,
everything. He ruined Summer Tindalos' kit too. I'm mad.
You're blaming
Gamers
Enigma for
AR.
that?
Aren't they both like digital people slash things slash monsters, whatever? Why are they eating food? Well, it's virtual food. If you look at the rainbow candy things, you can see like a little glitch effect on top of them.
They're eating
So, yeah.
website cookies.
Oh no, they're farming. They're eating cookie clicker. I can't believe this.
No.
Most of the time, if I want to block debuffs, I just bring the Fkari rerun AR. I kind of forgot what that one did.
Apparently it did that. I forgot what it did too. I mean, I would normally remember this stuff, but I haven't used Gotcha ARs in
It gives
forever.
nullify debuff when appearing. That's pretty much it.
Awesome.
Of course, Erbie would remember.
Looks like they're having fun. Tindalos is alive, just living in the net because of the limitations on his role. How eating in the cyberspace works is beyond me though. They're eating in the metaverse. I wish they were. If Digimon need to eat, so can the two of them. It Digifood like what Digimon eats, and you can delete it after it fails.
Okay,
Alright,
thanks
that's
for
it.
coming out. Yeah, let's get out of here. No more of this.
What is that thing in Enigma's mouth?
That's like
It's
a popsicle stick,
stick
I think.
thing.
Yeah,
Why does he have a jar full of popsicle sticks then?
because he's
Those are,
Pockies?
like-
I don't even know. They
I
might,
thought those were like breadsticks or.
yeah, they might be
cookies.
breadsticks or something. Or
Yeah, I thought they did look like popsicle sticks, but then I looked down and I was like, why is there a thing full of them?
he just really likes
Oh, yeah, it's probably
popsicles.
just cookies.
He likes to suck on Tindalos' popsicle. Alright, moving on. So, the actual worst AR in literally, possibly ever. Go ahead, Zalgus.
No, this is the ugliest AR ever.
I mean, there is also the elitism one, but yes. But yes, this one is very, very bad. So, phase start CP to self, it's bad. We've had ARs from the literal launch of ARs which give 100% CP, and this is base 50%. That's just really sad. Also, the amount is also worse. It's 5 at base. For comparison, a large number of ARs at 3-star give 10 CP to 20 CP at a 100% rate base. Barghest Kenta, Search of Babylon, etc. etc. So, for some reason, it's half as effective as launch ARs. Don't know why.
More like quarter effective at this, right? Because of the half fate and the half
Wow.
CP.
Yes.
It's Ixbalanque and Yamasachihiko's bad kids combined together to make this
Yes.
AR.
Aren't
I
you
mean,
the one
I
tutoring about
like
Yamasachihiko
Yama,
in Summer Pool Twilight?
That was a meme.
It certainly was.
The other effect is 1.2 times advantage to break affected enemies. This is also bad. So once again, it's a pitiful boost. We literally have an AR which does the same effect, but is 1.4 times advantage. It's Gangway Typhon, which is also from launch, I think, or if not from launch, it's very early. In fact, most of the launch ARs with advantage versus a status are 1.4 times. Barghest Kenta is 1.4 times versus Curse. I don't know why this is so bad at 1.2 times, but it is. So yeah, this is bad. It has, like, at the maximum, half the strength of launch ARs.
It's
Like,
a
why?
it's a 2-star or 1-star AR disguised as a 3-star.
Yeah, it's basically that. There's no good reason for them to be give this much. Neither of the effects are rare or even strong. I mean, the 3-star ARs that have 100% proc rate CP are pretty good, but there's no reason to make it worse. I think the only notable thing is just that there's a large number of units that can equip it. It would 8th and all round, but all round isn't even a big pool anyway, so its point's kind of moot. Also, the effect is so bad that yes, the point is moot. But yeah, so AR effects are bad. Also, it looks hideous. Ixbalanque looks fine, but Yamasachihiko is completely off model. His face, he's an imposter. He's also a bit hunchbacked and is a bit broad in the shoulders for some reason.
He looks like a mix
So,
between Buford from Phineas and Ferb and what's it called? Groose from Skyward Sword.
yes, he looks like Groot. Cue the horns. Yeah, so this AR is just terrible all around. It should not exist.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah.
Wonderful comment.
Okay, I'm reading the comments now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where were we? Does this mean Tindalos just binges on junk food? Yes, probably. Actually, of course he does. He's a VTuber. Enigma is eating those coffee straw things. I used to eat them from time to time. Wow. I think those are cookie sticks, cookies and cream coffee. What's going on with Yamasachihiko's face? He got stung by a bee. Yeah. I don't know why they gave him to such a off-model artist, but because everything else looks fine, well, except Yama's kind of his body shape looks a bit wrong, but his face is so off, and he's also really smooth as well. But yes, these bad ARs would only be usable if like one has had AR cost to force you to use the bad ones, but since there isn't or aren't, they just exist to make the good ones look better. I mean, I don't think you needed to make the base 3-star ARs look better. Hey Rude, the 1 and 2-star ARs at least would be reliably do their garbage effects.
That's true. I unironically use the 1-star AR sometimes.
Yes, isn't that the one that gives
CP on arrival, yeah.
decent amount of CP on arrival? Yeah, so that one's actually good. It's a much better amount of CP, even if it is only one time, and it's guaranteed. Off-model Ixbalanque looks cute, looks like Motosumi.
Kind of, yeah.
The face still seems off for that, but in the body shape. Yeah.
Well, it resembles Motosumi more than it
from
does Yamasachihiko.
Yeah. Let's move on from this.
Yeah, let's move on. Alright, we're now talking about the Durga Arachne AR. This is going to be covered by Erbie. Go ahead.
This AR is also an AR for sure. Oh, it's not as bad as the last one. It's 4-star, but its effects are pretty middling. What it has an after attacking heal of 150 at 30% base, which is pretty much nothing. You can just completely discard this effect entirely. It's not very good. The main effect of this AR is its turn start. It applies a defense buff to allies all around the unit equipping this AR. When they have concentration, they take slightly less damage. It's also 100%, so it's instantly usable as soon as you get one copy. So it's pretty nice to get a defense boost. The problem here is that you do not get this in turn 1. It only starts at turn 3 and 6, 9, 4, and forward. So you're going to have to survive for 2 turns before you can get your defensive buff. So that is very redundant, and why I think this AR is pretty shit. Probably the better units to use this, or rather, the only units that can really take advantage of this, really, is like Durga 4-star that applies concentration to allies. There's also Fushi that can also equip this AR, Christmas Nomad, and Retro 4. That is pretty much it. I would say Arachne, but her concentration is to herself, and this effect does not apply to the unit that has the AR equipped, which is pretty shit, but not as shit as Yamasachihiko's face in that AR, so it's pretty fine. I also like the silly goofy faces that this artist does on their AR, so it's pretty nice. So yeah, that is the redeeming factor of this AR, is that I like the goofiness.
This is most likely by the same artist as that Haughty Gabriel one, right? Or the Suzuka.
Omega Lol.
You know, those ones, right? It's probably the same artist.
The
right?
Mega Lol from Gabriel.
Yeah, those ones always had like a decent
I
quality.
think they make some pretty zany ARs, in my opinion, and I like them.
Yeah, so it's a welcome
See,
addition for art.
Durga and Arachne, multiple
guys-
funny scenarios.
Do you guys see the Zhao plush in the background?
Yeah.
Yes, but it's so I like
Oh,
it.
Zhao
so-
Dono.
like
I
it
didn't
so
even
much. It's
notice
so
that.
funny. It's-
I want to be that Zao plushie.
Okay, alright.
Okay.
okay.
Someone had to say it. All right, fine. If that's it for Harvey, you didn't say anything about this, did you?
I have nothing to say about this. I will never use it, even if I pull it, because it is
Okay, yeah.
it is a conditional 28% damage reduction.
Yeah, it's not great. All right,
Yeah.
I get it. You don't need to go further. Just say you won't use it. My thoughts on it are, the concentration thing is a lie. Just ignore it. The healing is okay because it's an after effect, after attacking thing. So you might want to use it with some Oz with some other heal like Hanuman or what's called Ahab or some shit like that. But other than that, yeah, just we'll go in the bottom of the barrel of ARs to be forgotten for their effects. But at least the art is nice, so you can't be too mad for pulling it.
Not with that base rate on the heal Gs. I'm not using that.
Okay, chat, go ahead, Erbie.
Where did we leave off again?
Looks like Motosumi, I guess.
Looks like Motsusumi.
Okay, I love the art on this one, if nothing else. I hope it's not the Yamasachihiko one. Got this one first, Girls' Night. Weird spider face. In before someone comments, yes, queen, slay girl boss, spill that tea, hunty. Art's nice, wish the concentration strengthening effect was an attack buff though. Yeah, it would be a lot better. Concentration itself, it's not a really strong attack buff anyway, so it's okay, I guess, if you really want a side of defense with your concentration. Yes, queens, give us that conditional 25% damage reduction. Thank
Harvey
you.
only likes good defense buffs, like that low resistance from Motosumi on his Evo.
Have we got an
It's
AR
about the
buff?
synergy.
Right. Sure, Jen.
It's the synergy. We must think about it. Have you gotten AR buffs before like this with the units? What? Before like with units? What do you mean? We had AR buffs since forever ago.
I think he means the conditional
Like AR Skivos?
stuff. We've had conditional statuses on ARs before, like the better concentration conditional AR, the Nomad Kurugane one, which was discussed earlier.
Yeah.
I think he's asking if like ARs ever got buffed. Like,
No.
Needed Skivos.
No,
No.
ARs have never buffed, no.
You mean ARs where they work to specifically buff units? Sath spotted. Yeah, this artist makes some good art on Twitter. No, buffing ARs that are bad. That never happened. Nope. This AR is really cute. Wakantaka Infinity could use it, I guess. Alright, he gives concentration too. I forgot about that. But no, you're not going to use this. Yes, Queen Girl Boss, spill that tea, Hunty.
Thank you, Chair Bear.
Nail polish.
Thank you, Chair Bear. He fulfilled the prophecy. Alright. We'll move on. We're making good time with this, thankfully. So this will be Furufumi and Ryota. Almost forgot his name. Zalgus, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, so this AR is, well, it's much better than our previous, what we had previously on order. Yeah, so order on move to allies adjacent. The base rate is 60%, but it can scale to 100%. So as a scaling buff on an AR, the effect will suck initially because you're only getting 1.2 times instead of 2.4 times. It does, however, scale to 100% proc rate though at max AR level. So if you're a turbo whale, this is one of those ARs that become ridiculously powerful because it adds a whole damage buff guaranteed. So it would be great for any move slot buffers who don't provide Ardor. But most people will probably just make use of the second one. The second effect, which is when appearing, Ardor strengthening to the entire map, a 1.5 times damage buff while holding Ardor. It's a pretty nice effect. Ardor's already very common, so you can just bring this on anyone on any team, which makes use of Ardors and you get a free damage buff. It makes Ardor go from 2.4 times to 3.6 times, so that makes Ardor almost crit levels. So that's nice. So yeah, it's just nice for providing an easily accessible map-wide damage buff that is permanent. Well, besides requiring Ardor. And you can mitigate the effects, the negatives of having the low-level Ardor on move by just putting it on someone who won't need to move. Or use it on a team where someone else is already giving the skill level 100 Ardor. Someone like Beach Chernobog, if you're looking for someone who can provide Ardor and also equip it, then yeah, someone like Beach Chernobog can do it. He can't move, actually, so he wouldn't even be able to do that, but he provides Ardor. The new Leib would also be a viable choice for this AR to use it synergistically. But otherwise, you can just use it on any team where someone's providing Ardor, and it'll be helpful. So yeah, it's nice.
It's just like anchor strengthening, but for Ardor, I guess. It's okay.
Yeah, but Anchor is a meme buff.
At least with Ardor, you can refresh it easily. And it also, the strengthening effect doesn't last only 2 turns.
True.
So,
alright, I'll give you guys that. It's one of the better ARs we've gotten, which is not saying much given all the other ARs, but yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything else to add for this.
The only usable AR we talked about, can't believe it.
There's a couple more ARs coming up, but actually we still have the next set of ARs, which is going to be for the actual event. But yeah, there's this AR is just, Ardor is so ubiquitous, you can just probably slap it on and you'll benefit from its summer regardless. Even if the Ardor fails, someone else probably has it. Anyway, that's it. Chat, go ahead. Erbie, I think. Or is it Zalgus? No, it's Zalgus.
Where are we?
It was Yas Queen nail polish. That was it.
Nail polish. I guess you give this to base Arachne. Oh, the other one.
Not really,
yeah,
since she can't give concentration. She only has it on herself.
She can't give concentration. Yeah.
Fumi keeps getting good ARs. Yeah. I mean, I think his the CS lock AR is probably the more notable one. I enjoy that one a lot more, and it's more unique. The art for this AR is definitely.
I thought that too. Doesn't this look like a 3-star AR? What is this AR?
I was gonna say
This
Aaron
looks
has
like
same
the mediocre, the most mediocre art.
It's like regular lighting for a very boring room with books and just a normal discussion happening. What the fuck?
At least it's not Tangaroa, Moai, or Zavanya eyebrow.
At least the Moai
It's not
AR
really
was funny.
offensive. But like, Fumi kind of looks stretched out.
Mr. Dobo.
That's just me, but.
Is that him all the time? I mean, I like the art. It's cute enough, but yeah, it's not a very dynamic image. It's a picture with colours. Ryote, two cute chubs discussing weekend plans. It
looks more like Ryota's talking about it, and Furufumi's like, when is he gonna leave?
Fumi frog face has always been there. What do you mean? Yeah. I think this is actually like a AR that goes with Cat Festival because Ryota's inviting him to the Cat Festival.
So I've heard, yeah.
Event variants. Yeah, I told you that. And also
Only
the
almost 2
poster,
years too late.
the poster has like Ketshi on it.
Okay, moving on. We'll now be talking about the new seasonal AR. This is equipable on creators as well as invaders, and a few other attribute types, Ether and World. It's maximal, of course, because you can get it from Andvari shop, which means that all of the effects you read can be guaranteed, or at least reach its maximum range. So that means HP loss reversal, which it has on phase start to self and allies, can be guaranteed. And in addition, it's also a booster, as are all seasonal ARs, so you can get an additional 10% chance of seed. So, yeah, this AR, most people would tell you that this AR is irrelevant since they'd rather just grind for Blossom or Coin. Most people would be wrong. It's an excellent AR, so highly recommended, equipped with Andvari. If you happen to be on my support list, I'm actually currently grinding with Andvari and this AR right now because it's a fantastic pair since it just, Andvari is ridiculously strong. And this AR boosts seed, so it's a regular pairing. If you are going to grind seed, make sure you do it in Chapter 13 free quests rather than Chapter 14, because Chapter 14 only drops a maximum of 2 seeds, whereas Chapter 13 can drop a maximum of 3 seeds. So it actually gets worse after Chapter 13. Yeah, this is the 3rd seed booster we can get, which means we can bring 4 in total, including on support. There are a few recommendations of the units you can equip on this AR. Besides Andvari himself, which you'll pair with Summer Oz, you may actually want to use this AR with someone like Smoky God instead if you want something more reliable and you happen to have Walk and Talk Mugen. For grinding, that is. But other than that, if you're actually going to use the HP loss reversal ability, it's a strong buff when it's actually, when it triggers appropriately for HP reduction effects. So you can use it on anyone that can refresh buffs for the tankier setups. It can actually be equipped on both Kana and Tangaroa as well as a regular Itsamna. So you have either choice there to just pass this buff indefinitely to make it last forever and to just essentially resist all what's called wiping effects that deal massive flat damage. But yeah, other than those units, you can also reverse some HP depletion effects, such as from Smoky God's Countdown if you want that, which happens several turns after. There's also Gangstar Fushi, if for some reason you don't want his limit and you just want max HP after you move him. Yeah, you can equip it on him. And lastly, you can also equip this on, I bet you forgot this unit, Tongrisner, since he is a tank, but one of his shittiest effects was reducing his own HP every time he moved. So this would actually decently synergize with his own kit to actually heal him a bit every time he loses, or he moves when he normally would lose HP. But yeah, those are all my thoughts for this AR. Well, besides one thing, the art's beautiful. You guys can comment more on that though. So what do you guys think?
It's kind of funny that we literally just had an AR where we were complaining that the art is very boring, and then we have this art with really, really lovely color lighting. And
It's ridiculous. Look at that, what's called border shading, or lighting rather, how it's not hitting them directly, instead emphasizes the light is coming from an angle that is yet beyond seen, some hope in the distance. I don't understand the paper plane though, I don't remember that being the story, maybe it's a crow or something, but I don't know.
I think it was a reference to Isaac in some way, shape, or form, but I don't remember what exactly.
Might have been super passing, like his friend or something, I don't know.
Yeah. There is like a really fringe but powerful synergy with this AR, and that is that if you equip this on Yoritono, you can actually now support Oscar without interrupting his HP conditional for Ardor.
Oh,
So that is pretty neat.
Oscar meta lives on. Nice find. Erbie, Zalgus. Come on, well, Zalgus already said his piece for the art, I guess.
I already commented on the art.
Nothing about this is the kid I see. Alright.
I am one of the non-believers in the series.
There it is.
That's all I have to say.
Alright, cut the tape, that's it. We don't need
I
to
do
review
not
this.
believe in Seed anymore. Sorry.
Okay.
We're moving on, I'm gonna read the chat.
I
Okay,
do
what's
like
up?
the HP loss reversal effect. I think that's a neat buff that's not utilized too often.
Yeah,
Like now I can equip it on Tindalos and he's basically invincible for the first 3 turns each phase. So that's always nice.
did he have HP depletion on himself natively, or do you mean just like it's a nice compliment to the
Yeah,
rest of
Tindalos has like
Oh,
this thing
regular
where when he
Tindalos,
gets
you
hit,
mean.
he depletes his own HP. Yeah.
Right, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Can he kill that? Ether World, oh, use craters, right. Yeah.
It is pretty funny using Tindalos with HP reversal because he effectively becomes immortal. I enjoy it whenever I get a chance to do it, which is not often, but yeah, it is a funny combo.
Yeah, quite a strong AR effect. This buff is way too rare. I think only like maybe 2 or 3 units have it so far, and some of them are on charge or some shit like that. But yeah, it's nice that it's super accessible, not just to self, but to allies nearby too. But yeah, let's I'll just rate the chat and we can move on. Testful rerun for Dun and me, please. Good luck to Dun, since he burned all his stones for Leib unsuccessfully.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not ready for a rerun.
Yeah, rest in pepperoni. I mean, he's probably better off just waiting for the selector ticket again, or a festival teacher. I'm close to 4 copies, Ara. Okay, you're getting there. Why aren't you guys saving for these ARs? Even if you disagree with them, like they're limited either way, right? You should max it before it's too late, even if you don't fully agree with its boost.
Never.
Or seriously, it's gonna be gone in 2 months. Just get it, even if you don't care about it. It might come in handy one time. I still farm seeds sometimes to top off the ones I get from Blossom farming. Yeah, I know what's called the rank EXP grind only became kind of relevant when like Dun and a few, probably Justin, started harping on about how good it was. But in reality, like most people would not care about. Most people would just probably care about maxing on both Blossom and then whatever's left over Cedar coin. So yeah, you could just with this AR, we can now have 4 seed boosters as well as 2 blossom boosters all on the same team, and that uses all the boosters, I believe. Or you could choose to do like 3 seed boosters and 3 blossom boosters. Either way, you got the options to switch them around now. Besides that, for some reason, the seed boost and HP decrease reversal doesn't appeal to you. The attack boost alone should be an incentive. Yeah, 700 attack is good. We normally talk about it in Bass, but it's like all these ARs have boost anyways. And plus, Guild Affiliations exist now, so it's a very small stat boost in comparison. Enjoy, y'all. I'm a badge. Thanks for sticking around. Have a good night, man. There's a better combo for Oscar. I mean, yeah, Oscar's got plenty of combinations now, but this is just a nice additional one. Alright, we will now be moving on to the ARs for the event. We're finally in Jurassic. Summer Vacants. Who's talking about this again? This is Erbie, go ahead.
It's me again. Another shit AR. Basically, it has 2 effects as usual. It has Arousal 2 allies in a square around you. after moving at 40%, which is about what you'd expect. And it also has an after being hit tenacity to self at 30%. So basically, it's a shitty much worse Mecha Man. And a shitty much worse Star Shot. And in AR format, it's a pretty bad AR. I don't think anyone is ever going to use this outside of event bonus for this event. So use it on whoever you want to use to boost your event bonus, and then keep it in your inventory forever, gaining dust.
Yeah, Mecha Man was always a meme skill, so having it on an AR
because it's
was
after being
worse.
hit
Yeah,
and lost rate.
the bad Mecha Man. Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
Well, at least, arousal doesn't scale at all in terms of CB gen, so you can turn scum for that if you want.
Yes, let's turn scum for that 40% arousal. That's good.
It's
The meta is here.
arousal was never good. I'm surprised they haven't released any arousal strengthening effects yet. It's never been good, honestly. Okay. Comments, chat. That's it. I don't think there's anything else. Do you guys have anything to say about the art, Ashley? It's okay. The lake's nice, I guess. I like the mountains.
Leib is there.
McCroik is there, so instant F tier.
Yeah, I don't like this AR, just because there's kind of nothing going on here.
They're doing the movie pose. For the poster. Coming to a theater near you, Jurassic World 2, featuring Cosmo characters.
No thanks.
That's awesome.
Booba.
Yeah, Hecate Booba, that's it.
Kind of unrelated, but
Maybe
apparently
America boobs, actually.
Like the Jurassic World movie was the last they saw in a franchise, and apparently there was just a bunch more movies after that I've never heard about. It's so bizarre. But yeah, Booba.
They nerfed Hecate's personalities here.
They nerfed their personalities? Oh yeah, they did, definitely. But they're still there. They're still pretty...
They look more like...
It was a small nerf, let's put it at that.
They look more like man boobs than they do look like boobs at this point. Yeah, that's...
Alright, can you read the comments for me?
Yes,
I don't know
please.
where we were at. This AR has Yu-Gi-Oh! Card energy. Nice art. Is Hecate supposed to have a short snout? Well, not that short, as this AR implies, but...
It's just their art style.
yes.
Yeah, it's kind of pointed in the wrong way here. It looks exactly like that.
Pretty weird. I'll give a pity point for the AR for existing.
Pity
I would not give any mercy to these ARs. And that's it.
Alright, moving on to the next topic. Zhurong and Boogeyman! This AR, I'm covering it. No surprise, even if I can't remember who's covering it. Let me just confirm if I'm covering it. No, it says yes, I am covering it. Okay,
Wait, actually, did we not cover the live streamers at all? Or not covering them?
we're covering
Or is
that.
it-
Yeah, Harvey's covering that before we cover any of the topics. I mean, I know it's technically split from the rest of the pre-Jurassic stuff,
Oh, it's
but
that
it's divided. There's no way around it. If I was going to divide it by Evos, then ARs, then units. But yeah, the Zhurong Boogeyman AR. Wow! It's super cute. I love the art style. It's still not quite as good as base Zhurong, if Harvey would have you believe otherwise. But other than that, the effect's kind of doo-doo, so whatever. Yeah, just bring this bring this with any tank healers. It's okay on minor tanks and selfish tanks, just because they could, if it's, for example, Zhurong or Boogeyman, they can get additional damage mitigations since they have Darkness and Curse syndicate. And for units like Zhurong, it can just enable team healing when Jurong is normally just a selfish healer. But other than that, yeah, this AR is, you know, it has cute voice acting and has a cute scenario. That's pretty much it.
I think the most notable thing is just that Unction is a pretty rare buff, so there's that at least, but it's going to be base level, so that's very unfortunate. But yeah, if you can get a decent AR level on it, I can imagine, you know, actually being useful, but besides that, but yes, it's cute.
I have like level 51 on this AR,
I
but
saw.
like none of my tanks can equip this, so I'm kind of sad. And yeah, this AR has jump scared me and Mura a lot of times with Jurong saying "wah."
The cutest jump scare ever. Erbie's heart is devoid of love, and that's why he has no comments on this AR.
Yes. I have no comments on this AR, actually. It's just another shitty filler AR. I mean, what do you want me to say?
At least say the art is cute.
There's like 2 ARs that people are going to use from this patch.
Fine.
All
Fine.
these-
We'll get to the good ARs.
Pretty mediocre.
I do like Boogeyman's apron. Is that an actual skill
yeah.
that he has, or is it just for this AR?
I don't think he has that apron, but yeah, the whole pot that has his mask is super cute, I think.
Yeah.
The buttons also kind of resemble.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
and
I
and
forgot
if you
to
see the
say,
background,
I
there's
do
like
like
drawn
that-
Boogeymans on the chalkboard as he's like giving instructions for how to make chocolate. The entire thing is just adorable.
I do like that this AR is unrelated to the event, because all the others in this banner are, and that is what I have to say. There you go.
Jurong privilege. He managed to sneak in as the sussy one. Okay, we are now going to read the chat, or rather, I am. Impossible. This AR is worth it just for its wholesome energy. Honestly, yeah, I pulled just for this AR. Well, I pulled for the 5-star AR in hopes that I would actually get a booster so people would use my boogie. But, you know, my original intention was just to get this AR, which I did eventually from the Andvari tickets. So I'm happy I managed to get... Oh, wow, jump scared. Very cute. Adorable Jurong. Jurong hanging out with one of his dads. Halloween, Mia from Fire Emblem Heroes and Jurong. Wow! Oh boy, Fashionista Zalgus can spread level 1 unction at 25 rates. Cute art at least, yeah. Can he spread buffs? I don't think he can spread buffs. Arrow wants to raise Jurong with Boogie. I do. I got Boogie down, just need to get Jurong next. Okay, enough sentimentality. We're moving on into the 5-star ARs, or one of them at least. This is going to be covered by Harvey Keyes. Go ahead.
Alright. This is one of the better ARs in my opinion. First of all, it has a CS multiplier of 2, so that's always nice to have. And the effect, or the main effect, is that it applies Stigma when attacking, scaling from a 60 to 100% proc rate. So, this is mostly going to be more effective if, as like a whale AR, if you have like maxed it out. If you don't have too many copies of this, then the multiplier from Stigma will be doing too much. But it can still be like a decent offensive AR, since it does still boost your CS damage, and if the holder has like a wide attack range, like Jamboree, Moritaka, or Oscar, you can enable other units you have an advantage against Stigma. But if you do max it out, it's probably one of the strongest ARs in the game, since you now have a way to consistently apply Stigma, and also take advantage of it. And Stigma is, in my opinion, like one of the debuffs that is like notorious for having ranges that are difficult to work with, since it like never reaches the backline on most units. So yeah, if you have dupes of it, then units with the wide attack range are probably gonna use it the best. But if you don't, then it's whatever. You can just use it as an event booster, at least.
Yeah.
Also, the art is pretty nice. I like how chunky exactly is here.
He's got a nice belly going on. And McCroy is there too, I guess. What's he holding? Is that like a... What is that? Is that like a yo-yo desk holder?
It's
That's just his weapon.
Isn't his weapon a sword?
Keyblade from Kingdom Hearts.
It's a keyblade.
The blade is pointing down. You can kind of see it hidden behind his arm, or what's his face's arm.
It's like a game of Where's Waldo at level 10. I don't see it.
The blue blade, or green bluey blade.
Oh, well, the one behind him, yes, but not the one on, like, the one closer to us. Oh, I thought that was a special effect. I see it. Okay. Shit's impossible. Okay.
But we've seen his swords before.
Have we, though?
In fact, we saw his swords in the AR just previous, whereas the one before that.
Sorry, but I was busy trying to look at what's called Hecate's man boobs, so...
I think this AR is okay. I don't necessarily agree that Stigma is a super hard debuff to apply in the back line, since there's plenty of units that can do that. Like Israfil, everyone's favorite Stigma applier. I'm just kidding. But it's nice to have another CS damage amplifier, and innate damage amplification buffs, in this case a debuff, at 100% rate, even if it needs to be maxed on an AR, is very good. But unfortunately, McCroy is there too, so shit AR, I guess.
Yeah, someone else should have been on it.
Yeah, same.
Anyway, it's a pretty powerful effect. Well, at base, it's merely an okay effect. If your team doesn't already have Stigma, then yeah, sure, it's nice. But it's definitely, once again, likely for Ryota one of those whale tier ARs where it becomes incredibly powerful. Shame it isn't at base. Oh well.
I have nothing to add on this. I don't really like these damage status or, damage amps effects from ARs just because I'm not a whale, so it's nice to think, oh yeah, it'd be good if you whale. I'm not a whale though, I don't care. I'm never gonna use this, it's just the detriment. So, the CS multiplayer is nice, I guess, but whatever. Alright.
Like that one screenshot where the guy got like 6 5-star ARs and it immediately maxed it. Was that hype?
It has to be hype, there's no one else you could get that. You can read up the chat, Harvey. I like 0 comments on this. Besides, the art for it typically is nice.
Alright. Scary cute boogie. Please tell me it's good. It's okay. Belly! Exclamation mark. I got 2 copies as one of the only 2 new ARs. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. It's definitely one of the best ARs it gets spooked by. I guess. Got some excellent belly.
Wait, I just heard the despair in your voice when you said I guess. I just remember, didn't you get like 3 or 4 copies of this AR before you landed your actual target AR?
I have this at level 61 right now. When I was trying to go for the Leib one. So yeah, I am. I do have a bit of PTSD with this AR.
At least you can enjoy Stigma unironically now to a decent level. But yeah, it's not great.
Wow.
Sorry, Harvey.
McCroy, he has dual blades. The pommel of his swords are pretty big. Looks like he's holding some kind of brass knuckles kind of thing.
Ara, can you switch the thing back to the 4-star AO with McCroy, and then you can see his sword clearly?
Oh, I guess, sure. But the blade's not even visible in this one. It's like it does look like brass knuckles, to be honest.
Yes, but you can see it's a blue blade though.
I just thought those were special effects. Like random ass lightning happening in the background and shit, and like Aurora Borealis just in your kitchen.
Incidentally, these are also the same swords he uses in his 4-star, and I do remember that they had a a interesting color. Well, interesting air quotes, basically just look like shiny metal.
Alright. Sepactly first appearance on stream. Oh yes, daddy. This AR makes Sepactly look hot. Heart emoji. I thought it was already pretty cute.
He's pretty hot, but I'm pretty sure he's not this round. I mean, I like it either way, but this is like treading on off model.
I don't know, he's pretty chunky in his 4-star art. Have to go, I'll watch the rest later. Good stream, y'all. Farewell.
Take care.
What is with the McCroy hate? What did he do?
I don't actually hate him. I just think he's kind of boring. But I just think it's funny too.
Yeah, me too. I think it's kind of funny. I even started hating on him, and also it's just like I covered his topic in Valentine, Battle of the Valentines. I remember this. I tried my best to explore his kit in detail, and everyone in the end was just like, "Yeah, it's kind of who cares? No one's gonna use it." I think it's originally stemmed just from his kit being really shit and pointless and having a lot of things to it, even though it doesn't matter in the end. It's like low rate face star evasion and evasion to allies thereafter, and his weird break on combo only after attacking to snipe range from long slash range. Yeah, it's I'm fairly sure the hate stemmed from his kit at first, but maybe it became a meme after.
He's very ugly.
Okay.
I think it's like Enigma syndrome, where the kit kind of compounds on like the nothing burger of a character.
If you read the story, he is a bit of a nothing burger.
I think his slash thrust or wide slash snipe is kind of interesting, but they made it way too weak.
Yeah, too much effort for just use Andvari or some shit like that. I don't know.
Or use literally any other unit ever created.
I guess this AR would be good on his base form if you ever max it.
Oh yeah, it
now
would
you can
actually.
spread that Sigma on that stupid cross radius of white slash and snipe. Very cool. Great AR art. That makes me feel a bit better. This banner hasn't given me anything. Except Hecate, which I'll never use outside the event. We need an AR of Sepactly chasing Intez like how Cthulhu was chasing Gnarly. Youth! I'd say his art is boring looking, which is worse than looking bad, hence the hate. So far in the event, he's actually pretty likable. Becoming an actor was great for him.
I can agree with Hidden. Maybe I don't have any intrinsic hate for him, but I do think he's a bit too boring to be in host mode, design-wise. It's like one of the first host mode designs that we got that was like, why is he in this game? Or why is this design in this game, rather? But anyways, we can move on. We will now be talking about the final 5-star AR from the banner. This is going to be covered by Zalgus. Go ahead. The Leib Boogeyman AR.
It has Leib and Boogeyman up front, so it's a good AR. Right, so this AR gives blessing strengthening to the entire board. So another blessing strengthening, just like what's his face Christmas Birthday. Why did my notes close? Whoops. Annoying. Anyway, yeah. So like I said last time, because I'm pretty sure I covered Christmas Birthday, and I said back then that I think I liked the idea of turning blessing into more than just a mediocre heal, because blessing is a fairly long-lasting and common buff, but it's just minor amounts of healing. So just like all the other healing buffs besides like Unction, because Unction has defense buff. So unlike Christmas Birthday, it's just a 2x down buff multiplier instead of just attack and defense. So whatever, but it's fine. So many units can take advantage of this. As long as you have blessing on the team somewhere, then you'll be able to make use of this. Although ironically, both the cover units here, Leib and Boogeyman, neither of them can inflict or grant blessing like at all, neither in their variants or their base versions, so that's a bit silly. And yeah, the other effect is when leaving 5,000 to 10,000 HP to all units on the or to all allies from 80 to 100%. It's a pretty meaty heal for the entire board, which is nice, but it relies on a unit being killed, so I don't know how useful this would actually be. The base rate is pretty high at 80%, but for a sacrificial strat like this, I'd really rather have it be 100% if I'm going to go through the opportunity cost of getting someone killed. So yeah, I doubt that'll actually be useful. The real draw is probably the Blessing Strengthening to turn that common Blessing buff into a 2x damage buff wherever you please. And just for that, I think it's nice, a nice AR for flexibility. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Hello.
I'm waiting for Harvey to jump in.
Oh, why me? Okay.
You know why.
Leib, hi. And Boogie's also cute. Yeah. So, this AR's limitations are meant so that every event variant in this banner can equip it, but the only person who can spread blessing in this banner is Hecate, who is for some reason all the way in the background. So that's kind of silly. It is interesting how blessing strengthening here lasts for effectively like what 10 turns, and it's not like 999 like was strengthening effect. So I am wondering if there's like a lore reason for that, or if it's just because of the AR title literally just being curtain call or whatever. But yeah, it's an okay AR. I like how you'll get most of the value just from having one copy of it, but I did kind of chase for more dupes of it, and I did manage to get one more dupe.
Why would you chase dupes for this AR?
I need to assert my dominance by having more levels on this AR, so that more people use my Leib.
I have a brilliant idea. I think you should get more copies of this so it matches your other 5-star AR. You did for Leib.
No. I won't fall for that word sorcery.
I didn't even realize that it was a 10-turn duration buff. That's kind of silly.
Yeah, sorry, sometimes I forget about the durations.
It would be permanent. Oh well.
Yeah, I forgot to add in the graphic, but it's 10 turns only. Sorry.
I think it's very funny that they made this AR, because now we can finally use the one guild affiliation everyone wanted, the missionaries, and you can use this on Christmas Choji. That's the real objective of this AR.
No.
Finally,
honestly,
with Christmas Choji.
Technically not as bad as I was expecting. I thought you were gonna say Motosumi or some shit like that.
No, not quite there yet. But yeah, I just wanted to say that the missionaries all have fucking blessing in their kits, so this is probably benefit them most. Even though their skill for applying it is shit, they usually have some other skill that applies it somehow.
It's okay. Just overall much better than the previous AR, which is, you know, low damage rate and low rate of inflicting right off the bat. This one, in comparison, is always 2 times damage guaranteed, or a common status that is board wide. So, you know, you can see which one, which child mom decided to love more.
I don't know. I feel like they're both okay. It's just that one was made for whales and the other was not.
Exactly. Anyway, I do think art-wise, I mean, he didn't mention it, but we can read it again later. Yeah, Leib's cigarette there looks a bit uncanny, like it was photoshopped on. And actually his mouse also looks like it was photoshopped on too. And also his hand looks like it's human. And also Boogeyman in his like swimsuit just looks goofy, even though it's supposed to be a cool pose. So there's a lot of weird-ish things going on with this AR that's kind of a bit off-putting for me. If anything, the ones in the back look better, with like Hecate looking from behind and specifically giving that sort of glare. But yeah, Leib and Boogeyman are, I don't know about that.
I think it looks bad because McCroik is there still.
You know, we can just move on now, you know? Alright, read the chat for us, will you, Zalgus?
It was becoming an actor was great for him, right?
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it was.
Let's see. Leib's cigarette looks very awkwardly placed in his mouth, yes. For AI generated cigarette and mouth. No, not really. That many belly, one room, a dream come true. I mean, I guess there's three bellies.
Like 3.5.
Placed... oh yeah. Like it was placed there after the art was finished in Photoshop. Ex-Nomad's blessing is useful now instead of just clashing with his limit and HP drain. Oh yeah, I guess he could do it too. There's a lot of units that just kind of have blessing as an afterthought, but with this you can turn it into something more. So that's nice.
All the spiritual dog warriors.
Yes, unfortunately. Where's the Leib Evo Life Wonders? Nowhere. You just got it. Nothing like having your perm self outclassed by your ult. Yeah, I mean, I think they gave up on trying to... I mean, they didn't even try to do anything to Leib 5 or Vanilla. Leib awesome outfit. I did invest in the Entertainers Guild this event. I just noticed in this AR, but the outfits in this event make me think of Arc Knights. They wear stuff like that, right? I don't know. People always talk about Arc Knights, but I did see some people say that it makes them look like they're from that. Leib has always had human hands, but now we know he has bare feet. Yeah, I guess we can see his feet and his paw pads in his 5-star art.
You can see his feet already,
just needs pants. We could, but not the soles. But we could always tell he had bare feet. He just had like three toes and you know the claws.
Shuko effect.
The Boogeyman does Boogeyman definitely does not need pants. There we go.
It would make it better, honestly. I think the swimsuit looks a bit goofy. Alright, moving on. We are finally talking about the...
This is why your opinion is invalid, Ara. He does not need pants.
Disclaimer, Erbie absolutely loves swimsuits, and I kind of hate these skinny one-piece swimsuits, so... Erbie's obviously wrong, which is why we'll be talking about not the units apparently, but just a little more AR, I forgot. It's me again! We're going to be talking about the drop quest reward and item exchangeable AR, the Christine Secretly AR. So this AR is actually one of the better ones out of the entire set, even though it's a 3-star one. For one, it's maximal, so all the effects you see can be just at its best. And for two, its effects are actually, well, one of the effects is quite respectable. Concentration on arrival at 100% rate, and that just makes someone really strong on turn 1. And if they have like a board wipe or some other charge in the beginning, then it'll be even better for them. So that effect would go well with Christine herself, who's on the face of this AR, as well as Christmas Jurong, who can get his charge up on turn 1 instantly if you decide to have him moved. In addition to that, he also has this AR also has this nullify buff effect, which isn't quite as useful, but because of its reliability, that's 60%, it would be good for someone who's constantly moving. So in that case, it might be more useful for someone like typically at that point, who will periodically be moving. But yeah, now overall, fairly solid freebie AR. Not all freebie ARs are good, but I think this one has a damage buff and a rate up, or skill activation rate up card. Is doing a lot of heavy lifting, even if it is just for exactly 1 turn. So what do you guys think of it?
I think that the art is very, very pretty.
Yeah.
I think it's the prettiest AR of the entire batch we covered, in my opinion.
Christine looks so good. And Spackly looks so good too.
Yeah, Christine
Beauty and Beast moment.
benefits a lot from being unbombified.
For real, there's so much expression with her
Is this the
messy
first
hair.
time she's appeared?
In an AR?
This
Maybe.
is her first AR, I think. Yeah, this is her first AR. She never appeared before. Because also she only appeared in like one event too, so she never had, or 2 events rather.
And
Yes.
yeah, they didn't even have ARs back then during Desert Journey.
Yeah, and also Jiangxi Night was like the first time, so didn't do one for her there. She didn't also get a skin.
I actually looked at her skins because I was curious, because I was like, wow, there are lots of skins for all these booster units and people who seem to be relevant for this event. And then I saw Christine still has nothing. She has 2, her base one and her Storyteller Scheherazade outfit.
I guess Bum Bum is too busy right now to make skins for her.
Okay, no one has anything to say about the kits, I see. But yes, the art is very gorgeous. If you don't care about the one-turn effects, yeah, I mean, you're gonna get this AR anyways, but it's definitely worth running just because this is definitely, if you're still doing the tier list stream for ARs, it'd be at least A, if not S.
I can't believe this welfare AR has guaranteed concentration, and then you have the Ixbalanque Yama.
Same
Yeah.
rarity, by the way. Anyway, I think I already said everything that anyone could say, so I'm not gonna pretend you guys have anything additional to say. So we'll move on, finally, if that's alright with everyone. I'll read out the chat and then we'll do that. Let's see. Are we talking about Leib, Evo? Which one was the last chat comment?
Boogeyman just needs pants.
Oh, okay. Bunyan doesn't need pants. The Christine's charge enablement AR. Yeah, it was nice that she got a skill evolution recently that amplified it even further, and this will just add on top of that. So you thought Christine was dead, but she's back. So she's still relevant for board wipes for sure. Proceeds to place leg up on table. The size difference AR. Yeah, that's a nice difference. Although it's precarious. Like you can see, there's a lot of trust between these 2 actors of the Entertainment Guild, but at the same time, it looks like CP3 could very easily break off Christine's arm and rip out off her torso. So it's a bit nerve-wracking, but you know, Christine's a bit of a jester, so I'm sure you know, she has a CP3 pinned down perfectly that he wouldn't do that. The straight NVAR. True, you wouldn't normally get the sort of size difference and the stylisticness with a LGBT. If he typically is crouched down and leaning over in this air, I can just imagine how tall he must be. Oh yeah, he is crouching, isn't he? Damn. Honestly, this artist, the art's some of the best. I don't remember what their other art is, but this one by himself will make me believe you. Bum is too busy. Typically in this AR, your daughter calls me daddy. Yes. Okay, get ready guys. We are now, finally, I promise you, we are finally talking about the transients, but not actually Jurassic yet. We're going to be talking about live streamer first. Harvey, go ahead.
Sure. My summer library looks different here. Alright. So, these live streamer mobs are a neat bunch. They have guaranteed weapon change all when they move, which is the most important part of the kit. They have several triggers for applying charm, 40% on phase start, in thrust range, 10% when attacking, and 60% to the entire board when they die. And unless they're running Smoky God, none of these charm effects are worth playing around. They also apply bind after the move phase at 30%, and this also is not worth playing around due to its low rate and its low range. And they have some after breath effects that aren't worth talking about either because it's just a small amount of flat damage and thrust range, and charm resist to adjacent allies. So, guaranteed all range when moving is a very significant skill, especially when all you have to do is move them, and there are no other conditions for getting all range. So if you were planning on raising guild affiliations for the summoners, these guys would be a good incentive, as every mob you get is a part of the summoners, meaning that you can increase their damage by a good amount just from dipping into that guild. If you're using this mob as a board wiper, then you'll need a good amount of passive buffers as well. So Onsen Xolotl is a pretty obvious choice, since he grants your mover crit, after they move. Kirito is a pretty good choice as well, due to its dazzle advantage being automatic at phase start. Christmas Tata can greatly increase their damage as long as he's positioned directly behind them. And other good options are Yoritomo, Halloween Sandayu, Mugen Makan, and Simmerlate. Also, they have access to the Golan/Toji AR if you want to further boost their attack stat and provide them with limit on phase start. And fun fact, at max investment with Blossoms and Level Seeds, these mobs have the same attack stat as Christmas Ben 10, so take that as you will. The biggest caveat is that you'll need to watch out for their CP generation, since the range for that is magic range. They don't have any innate CP gen, but a good amount of offensive supports might do, or might have CP gen, so yeah, just watch out for that.
This is why I picked you to cover this
all I
topic. You, without skipping a beat, you immediately went to, so it's time to use this as a board wiper. Just shove every damage buffer in there and use the guild affiliations buff, and they can replace Christmas bench.
Okay, listen.
Immediately.
Yes, let's just use this.
Just ignore all the 4-star and 5-star units dedicated to board wiping.
Someone who has a lot of broken supports but no broken board wipers, this is a good alternative.
Just have all the broken.
Yeah, you just need 3 different 5-star buffers. That's their board wipe.
I mentioned Christmas Tata. That's 1 4-star. And the limit AR is also welfare, so that's a good amount of damage by
Yeah,
itself.
the guild affiliations can't fully carry this, but if they ever become an event bonus unit, it could be useful for that too. Especially since we just had the Wyverns on rate up, maybe this will be on rate up sometime. Who knows? But I'm not convinced of the board wiper utility unless you really like these mobs. Unless you really love these mobs and are really short on board wipers. Don't have any. Sure. That is a choice.
They're good for dungeon speedrunning if you're farming AR tokens.
The perfect balance between someone who's totally simping for board wipe mobs and Erbie who's just like, hey, how about you touch some grass and just breathe air for a second?
Okay, this is what he deserves for trying to shove the Shiva propaganda.
That's very true.
Lies. This is worse than Shiva propaganda. I'm sorry.
It is an
At
unusual.
least you have a variety of buffers for these mobs. Shiva has fucking, 2 supports that can help him? God.
But you just need those 2 for all situations. There you go.
Oh my god.
Well, actually, you only need 1 now with the guild affiliations. So
I'm not hearing it. I do not see Shiva anymore.
You do not see.
Yeah, this unit, I mean, might as well talk about the rest of the things. The charm and binds, or rather, I guess, the charm on hit could be useful if you decide to actually dump a shitload of skill activation rate stuff on it. Which, you might as well be if you're investing in summers that much with the affiliations and all that. You might actually just have an easier time letting one of these guys die immediately with Smoky God on the board so that he can charm everyone, although you could just use Taurus Mask for that. Yeah, I can see the viability of it, but it's a bit, delusional every time I see it. It's like, there's other options, there's Oz, there's all these things. Like, calm down.
Well, Oz has a CP conditional, and these guys don't, so booyah.
Yeah, but they also don't have damage or any other mechanic to help them pierce defense buffs or
That
get rid of
just
debuffs.
gives them more potential to do damage. No overlapping buffs.
They don't have any buffs at all. Oh my
Exactly. The world is your oyster with these mobs.
god.
It's the same as using Oscar 3 at this point.
Okay. You know what? I don't really have anything additional to add on this, except for one thing. My ranking for how cute they are. I'll have to say World Bear, then Infernal Bear, then Shark, then Polar Bear, then Nether Dog, Ether Dog, then Wood Tiger, then Nasty Fire Lion. Official tier is here. There you go.
We're not in the tier list.
Sorry, I can't get it off mentality. You've been doing it for so long. We'll be doing that next week. So, Zalgus, where are you?
Well, I was trying to talk earlier. Anyway, I was gonna say that it just makes me seeing this really makes me wish that we had better buffers in the mob category, specifically for mob meme runs. Pretty much the only one I think who can really, with the live streamers, besides like Mobster, is a Wrestler who has Vigor on attacking, and the rest of them all have to move and shit. So yeah, there's not many who can pair with him. Well, buff live streamers easily, which is sad, but oh well. Also, I draw everyone's attention to the icon on the top left of the info box.
Oh, right.
That World Bear looks suspicious.
Yeah. Total glow up. It me.
Alright, I'm gonna read the comments now if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we're finally going to reach the event units.
Oh yeah, we are doing that.
It's DieXT on the last year, I'm assuming. DieXT the artist, actually, he popped off. It's the Ara Bear. They look funny. They do look kinda silly, huh? But I like them.
Yeah, they're cute.
Event lifers. Tag yourself, I'm the one at the front. I'm Blue Shark. This is part of making the All Bears team with Summer, Leib, and Keymoon. You probably have better options than Keymoon at this point, but you do you. Drew dat, no need for Fushino. Yellow Dog. Shark emoji. Ara thought Shark was her favorite question mark? Bear. Eita streamer took you the longest. For me, the Nether Dog was the most rigged for drops. Shark is so cute. I love him.
Yeah, Shark is cute. He definitely beats one of the bears at least, so that puts him in a special place. And he just works so well with Typhon and the gold screen. Anyway, moving on. Finally, alright, Jurassic units. We'll now be talking about Cipically or Cipacally, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I did check out his pronunciation, but since it's like some ancient, not in used language anymore, there's just a bunch of people mispronouncing it and people taking their own pronunciations for it. IPA says Cipically. Most people who are actually using the same vowels use Cipacally, so pick your poison. Anyway, let's actually talk about it now instead of the pronunciation of this unit. Let's get straight to this 4-star. So, Cipically, let me just pull out his kits notes. Alright, so, he is yet another infinite type unit. I actually had to do a double take because I thought he was infinite in range, but no, he's non-range. And he is a tank damage dealer switch, so a bit mutually exclusive here. He can choose to either deal damage or he can choose to do some tank healing. And how he achieves that is by either moving so that he is granted a weapon change shot, or he does not move and will miss and apply all those effects. So let's start off with how he can maintain this switch. Because it requires movement, he does have this nice effect of resisting fear, so he has some resistance being denied that. In addition, he does have moderate damage when he does decide to move. So he switches to shot range for 1 turn with that removable status of weapon change. And then he self-bestows himself Rage. Not Rage Plus, but just Rage. It is a bit weird how it functions though. There's no penalty for this Rage, just because on enemy turn start, they then immediately bestow themselves a rage resistance, which lasts for 1 turn and is an irremovable buff. So it's a weird workaround, so that there's no penalty, but I don't really get the point of it. It's just strange to me. The rage won't last for a long time as a result, so you'll need constant movement to have his damage uptime. Well, you'll need to move anyways, so he has his short range anyways. In addition, he has a kind of lowish rate of 50% Ardor whenever he attacks for damage calculation. And on his charge, he can also bestow crit to himself as well as inflict burn on the combatant. And he does have a slight advantage of 1.5 times damage to combatants with burns. And he can build his charge occasionally fast with 16 CP to self every time he attacks something at an 80% rate. And the Ardor, as mentioned before, also adds a bit of CP to that every end of turn. So his damage potential isn't great, but I did the calculations for it anyways. It's just, with Rage, it's just a bit over 5k damage per square. And with Rage and Ardor, it's around 12,000 damage per square. So it's okay for damage dealing. The Ardor is just a bit too shaky for you to rely on it for comp clearing. His charge at all range with with Rage and level 1 crit and burn advantage is a bit over 10,000 damage per square. And that with Ardor would be 25,000 damage per square. So it's fairly decent when he has his charge, and just based on the setup I'm using for drop quests right now, I'm actually having him board wipe with a bunch of other damage buffers that he is actually able to board wipe for this set of quests. So I find that decently nice. However, if you do decide not to move him, he can function as a decently, maybe not even decently, like even better than that, like a good tank where he has this, if you decide to move him, but still have him miss, he can still activate his taunt, which then he'll take reduced damage of 0.70 times from the original amount, and that's a conditional that's irremovable, mind you. In addition, every time he misses, so whether you move him or not, if he just misses, he'll get 800 HP to self. And in addition to that, he can, every time he misses, he'll also bestow evasion to allies ahead and behind him at a whopping 80% rate. So that's a very large evasion rate to allies. The only weakness to that is that he himself doesn't have evasion, so you're gonna only take slightly reduced damage to that on strengthening ability. In addition to that, he also heals his allies a bit with regeneration, so the tank setup is very classic there, with both having damage reduction and healing abilities. Evasion being massive reduction in damage, so much so that regeneration will just heal all of any damage taken. And it's somewhat guaranteeable. You just need the skill seed as well as skill rate affiliation buffs from entertainers, which you might be worth it, honestly, since entertainers is one of the guilds currently most obviously worth investing in. In addition, he has this very, very minor punishing ability where every time he's hit, he reduces the HP of enemies by 1,000, and that complements well his tanking ability, tankular ability rather. So yeah, my recommendations for this unit is just to use him for blind first attempts for quest clearing, as well as on multi-phase, multi-mechanic quests. You're not really going to be using him for grinding, simply because there's just more consistent grinders out there, and you're not really going to be using him for most other types of relevant quests, since he doesn't have enough range for all around, and he doesn't have any boost effects. But because he offers a balance of both offense and defense, I feel those balanced units will best work out for these blind first attempt things, and his evasion is pretty meaty, so he might even work out for pretty challenging multi-phase quests where you need both a mixture of healing and defense. And he does build his own charge decently on offense too. In addition to that, he also just has a good all-around attribute. Well, it's not all-around, it's infinite. He has a good attribute, infinite, that's only weak against all-around, which isn't too common to face against the enemy. So yeah, that works out for his tankiness. But yeah, if you're gonna use him for that kind of purpose of multi-phase, multi-mechanic quests, or for blind first attempts, you'll need to cover his blind spots, because even though he does have offense and defense, it doesn't cover everything on either side. He does need more damage amp or better damage dealers with him, because his own damage is not going to cut it, And you'll also need, if you're going for defense, you'll also want some debuff mitigation and some more damage mitigation and some more healing, because his own healing isn't great, and if you do decide to attack with him, then he's lacking damage mitigation, and he just has pretty much 0 debuff mitigation. But yeah, those are all my thoughts on typically. So, I lay the discussion to the rest of you. What do you guys think?
I'm a bit salty that he got a more usable kit than Tianzun.
You think it's more usable than Tinzin?
Right.
Really?
He has, like,
It is.
higher value ceilings with evasion and the board wipe as, yes. That's what I mean. Like, you can build around these, like, high points of his kit. With Tianzin, there's not a whole lot to go with, because he's just like a mixed bag support, except his support is kind of ass. But at least with Zipek, you can kind of build around either him being a board wiper or him being a defensive support, one of the two. And you can get away with it. And you can, like, actually see results happening with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just slightly riskier, I think, with typically just because his evasion is only 80%. But other than that, yeah, he does have more general utility for, or higher highs with his offense and defense. Unlike Tianzin, though, he doesn't really have any debuff mitigation, which is a bit of a flaw for him.
Okay, I guess Abby's not going. Yeah, I do like Sipakli's kit. I don't think it's like exceptionally outstanding, but you know, being able to fill multi-roles like this is always nice. Since his damage buff is this weird rage thing, it does, you know, it's excellent for stacking, because who gives rage? Like regular rage. Gandharva?
Yes.
Yeah, Gandharva.
Stop.
So, yes, essentially no one will ever contest his rage, so he'll always have it available for stacking. Although he does need to, you know, he doesn't need to actually get rage, which means he has to move, so that does limit who can buff him, but still, it's a nice common or uncommon debuff for the purposes of stacking, so that's cool. But yeah, guess I don't really have that much to say beyond that. He's usable. He's good. Those are two conflicting statements.
It's fine.
I would agree, he is usable. And I kind of like his art, it's pretty neat.
Alright, we didn't talk about his art enough.
It's different.
a lot more detailed than usual Hosm art.
Yeah.
Or, you know, detailed in a different way, rather.
If you made him grayscale, he'd probably look like one of those Guardian Lion statues, or just statues in general.
Oh, the Komainu things, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the way the art looks is, it looks like soft lighting or something. There might be like some sort of bloom effect going on that gives it its distinct feel.
I wouldn't say it's more detailed, but the way it's colored or something. I don't know. I'm not an art specialist.
Yeah, it might be something to do with the outlines and the blooming of the light
has a different
sources.
vibe to it.
Definitely gorgeous, for sure. Anyways, I think everyone gave their piece, even if it was very short like Harvey's. So, I'll just go ahead and read the chat. Well, definitely an improvement over our last 4-star Infinite unit. You guys are mean to Tsinsin, seriously. It's not that bad. I love this man. He eats pizza just like me, for real. Guys, stop. Jeez. Pizza loving guy. Apparently he eats pizza in research level. I'll need to read that later, apparently. But, I don't know, that makes him... I guess it makes him more relatable. Not limited, thankfully, so Anorexia, I come for your muscle gut. Yeah, I got lucky with getting him early, and then never got him after. I spent a bunch of multis after 4 Boogie. But it's fine, I have one copy of him. He's a pizza lover, a kindred spirit. I mean, who isn't? Hefty, primordial pizza-loving, chubby dinosaur croc actor. It's quite a mouthful. Slash from the 2012 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is in host mode now. That is a reference that most people will not understand. The best non-Yorm internet unit, even if I'm damning him with faint praise. I wish he didn't need to move to damage things, especially with no movement expansion. But yeah, that's one thing that another thing that Tianzin has that he doesn't. Although Tianzin is only vertical. League of Legends artist. The artist worked on League of Legends stuff, right? So I've heard. I also like the fact he's a theater buff. He sings and acts in productions like Beauty and Beast. Honestly, a very charming introduction. That definitely explains his AR art with Christine. So he's a bit of a goofball in bringing pizza, but he's a professional thespian of sorts. Pretty cool. Because it seems like everyone's more of the chaotic, tragic clown when it comes to the entertainers. I haven't really seen someone seriously taking the acting thing quite yet, so that's refreshing from specifically. His favorite foods are League of Legends. Alright, we'll move on. So now we're talking about Hecate. So, Zalgus, take it away, because I have no idea what to say about this unit.
Booba. Right, so Hecate fills multiple support roles, but they are a bit conflicting with each other, making it hard to really take advantage of all of them. But anyway, so let's talk about some of her global stuff first. When she appears, she applies a buff to all allies, but not herself, which is important. Allies will heal allies on their right by 300 when attacking, and allies will give 10 CP to allies on the left when attacking. These are both for 100% rate at least, so it's the sort of thing I think is a bit hard to play around, but you can use it to generate a lot of CP. Like, if you slap someone with all range, they're going to give a ton of CP to whoever's on the left, or they'll give a ton of healing on their right. But it's a shame that she can't take advantage of it for herself, but we'll talk about that more later. The positioning is a bit awkward though. It's only one person and they have to be on the left, which is generally not where you want to position people. You usually want to position people in front or behind. But yeah, anyway, every phase start she pulls the board by 1. Sure, she doesn't really get that much of a benefit for herself for attacking, so it's probably for other characters really. It's 9% race, so it is at least guaranteeable. Phase start she inflicts enemies with a debuff, which causes them to heal your team by 1,000 when they die. This could be good sustain in maps with lots of enemies, although the debuff only lasts for 3 turns anyway, so questionable. And also sustain isn't really that useful these days anyway. If we're killing enemies fast enough, to actually get the healing, you probably won't need the healing anyway. Can you guys hear those in the background? I'm gonna close my window.
No, we don't hear it, but okay.
I heard it, but
Bloody random ass fireworks or something at this time. Hell. Right. Anyway. Yeah, so if you're killing enemies fast enough that you would actually get the healing, you probably don't need the sustain. This is probably more for multiple phase CQs, Copium.
It could also be useful for what's called Ryota Dungeon, where you just take damage even if you're one-shotting everything.
Yeah, but then you would have to run Ryota's dungeon. Yeah, so also she has increased vertical movement, which is good to be able to advance her and her buff target in front, which I'll talk about in a bit. Phase start, glint to self, and blessing to allies once we're around. So here's the one unit who can give everyone blessing for blessing strengthening. The phase start, glint to self is fine. She has this glint strengthening, which is a 0.75 times defense buff, which isn't much, but it's kind of free, and a bit more pop rate for her. Some of her skills, some of which are 90, so it'll at least make those guaranteed. Not the pull, actually. Actually, no, the the only 90% are the bloody phase start ones, so those won't work anyway. But yes, I guess it'll make her 80% rates, 90%, so put them in range.
She has a crit class on mode.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry, I have the stream very small right now. But yes, the glint can help to guarantee that at least. Right, so onto the. Oh, you're actually probably using her for is she has 3 support roles. She has offensive, defensive, and healing, and they're kind of difficult to use together, and some of them are completely mutually exclusive. Her offense is on her move. She gives the ally in front crit plus and prayer. I think it was like literally the last stream where I was talking about Jacob's new skill Evo, where he was the only form of unconditionally renewable prayer, and then here's Hecate and she does it, and does it better because she's actually supposed to move, unlike Jacob, and gives more than just prayer, so that's kind of sad for Jacob. But anyway, crit plus is of course very uncommon, so it's great for damage amping. It is a 5 times damage buff, which isn't as high as some other buffers like Mephisto or Leonan, but it's nice that Hecate can go with a lot of characters in the game and get full benefit because most people don't have crit plus. It is kind of strange that Prayer got paired with crit plus, considering crit plus lasts 1 turn and Prayer it lasts 6 turns, the longest and shortest buffs durations. But yeah, so for offense she's alright. On the defensive side, Hecate applies protection to self and allies left and right when she misses. It's guaranteeable, but there's not really much to say here. It's kind of a questionable range because it means Hecate can't be on the front lines because she's going to hit something. So you're going to be buffing people who are also not in the front line, which is, not always what you want, and you probably want people up front to get the defense buff more. And also she gives glint to herself at a terrible 70% rate, which means that Hecate only gets her defenses when she's not at the front, which is a bit bizarre if you ask me. And for healing, it's the worst part of her kit probably. When she attacks, she heals allies 2 squares left and right for 300 HP, but at a base rate of 60%. This is a terrible skill, please never do this. Hecate has to hit enemies for this, so she can't get her own protection. So her defense won't be amazing, because it'll only be glint, if she even still has that. And it also means you're not going to be buffing someone with crit plus and prayer, so healing is completely at odds with the other 2 parts, and the rate is awful. It has a max heal of 1500, which is cool, but she's not doing anything else in the meantime, and you're probably not going to get that full heal anyway. So yeah, you're probably more likely, I think you get on average 900. And so the opportunity cost of not buffing someone's damage or defense in exchange for an unreliable heal is definitely not worth it. I recommend you never use the heal. If she gave herself her own global buffs, it would be more notable because then she would be able to CP battery someone on her left and heal someone reliably on the right. But she specifically doesn't do that, which is weird. Don't know why. So yeah, but of those 3, I think her damage buff is the most notable, of course. The defense boost is just protection, so not great, and the healing is terrible. So yeah, you'll probably be bringing her for crit plus, if anything. CS is fine. It's Stigma and Break and Nullify buff, so stuns them, makes them take a lot more damage and prevents them from gaining buffs, so that is good, but she does not have a way to build her own CP, except I guess someone on her right buffing her, or giving her CP, but anyway, in summary, I think Hecate's kind of like, she has like all these parts in her kit that do different things, but none of them are very notable, and her most effective thing is just acting like a bog standard buffer, and she does that just fine, and since she has vertical movement, she can if the person in front of her needs to move up, then she can move up along with them and then continue buffing them, so I think that's fine, but yeah, she's just not very notable if you ask me. Like giving Prayer and Crit Plus, like they're both rare buffs, sure, but I don't think Prayer is enough to really make her, the next hot thing. And yeah, Crit Plus is also fine, but yeah, I'm not exceptionally impressed by her. She's fine, but not particularly interesting. There you go. Oh right, I didn't talk about ARs, but I didn't write any, so it's fine.
That's fine.
The blessing strengthening thing.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'll go first this time. Why not? Actually, didn't I go first like several times already? You know, someone else go first.
I think she is the Halloween Ellie of this banner, because when you slot her into your farm team, your clear times are going to be slowed down by like 300% because of all the healing from the enemies leaving.
I am not that evil to say that, because she is helping me clear the quest much faster, but just by virtue of not having any of the banner units outside her and McCroy, and the crit pluses helps Oscar clear the board at least. So that's one thing going for her that Halloween Ellie couldn't do, because she was literally just slowing down and not contributing to anything. At least Hecate can buff your unit. That's it.
It's funny you mention Halloween Ellie.
Sorry for your loss, Herbie.
Funny you mention her, because I was actually going to suggest bringing Hecate with Halloween Ellie. They both have these extremely weird, unorthodox healing methods by giving them the heal skill to the allies, so you know it'll be dependent on the allies' actions thereafter, or the enemies or whatever. So you know it could work out. You just slap them on, and then you let Hecate and Ellie die, and then throw someone else from the back to add to that tanky team. And it could be a good source of decent healing. Or if you want to bring Arachne's regular card, she also gives a massive amount of CP, and 10 CP per enemy hit is at a guaranteed rate is respectable enough. So you combine those two and you're getting 30 CP per hit with Arachne, so it's a decent combination. Besides that, I did think of one other thing that could be relevant. It seems weird that she's giving these 2 damage buffs, or not 2 damage buffs, but rather 2 fairly rare statuses to just a single target. You could spread them though with Halloween, Weekend Night Festival Sandayu. I believe he can spread buffs, not take them, right? So if you put her behind Sandayu, and then after Sandayu attacks, he'll spread both crit plus as well as prayer to the allies behind him, which will include Hecate herself, which I think would be interesting. Maybe the crit won't be helpful, but the prayer would at least.
It is definitely a strategy. Only Halloween Sandayu is decent for farming ever.
I mean, Erbie made him work.
That just before the nerf, though.
Well, now you can have crit every turn.
I do like the idea of like a team of Halloween Ellie and Summer Hecate, because Halloween Ellie has that possession at critical health on enemies, and then Hecate has like this healing when the enemy actually dies. So there's like
yeah, they got weird.
I think it's a pretty.
He's got weird enemy skill synergy and ally skill synergy, well, destroying them to allies and enemies, that is. But that's why I kind of want to put them together. Although I don't have Hecate, so oh well.
Aside from that, I think her gimmicky CP gen can be sort of useful on units that have like combo, like Summer Heracles or maybe Jamboree Moritaka, since they can attack several enemies in one turn, or yeah. I think if Heracles hits like the max amount of targets, he can generate like 80 CP to the ally to left of him, which is pretty cool. It won't like ever happen, but it's nice to theorycraft about that.
Yeah, that would be a good synergy. Good point, good point. Okay, I think we talked enough about this unit, so you are free to read the chat, Zalgus, and then we can move on.
right, where were we?
He ate Tuscali with
right,
his leg.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Mommy Milky's our second prayer buffer. Big stuff big happening. If you want to call it that, I guess. Oh wait, she does that left and right gimmick because she's shipping 2 people.
Is that what it is?
That is her.
That's funny.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it was. That is her big gimmick after all. So, Kloof, big old Bappus for hands. Tummy, pretty like Yukiko. Yukiko Amagi from Persona. I don't know if that's who I would say first, but I've been using her with 3-star Oscar for the farming quest, and she lets him break the board with Crit Plus on demand, which is real nice. Wish they made her a non-unit and make her kit a bit more coherent though. Yeah, I mean, the rest of her kit is kind of very bizarre, like I said, but yeah, she does buff up Oscar nicely. She'd have been real nice to have just for that. Yeah, I have used her a bit, and yeah, it's nice to have this Crit Plus on demand. Especially since Oscar is on rate up. I have to try that. Oscar wasn't dealing enough damage for me, so I swapped to Summer Shiva.
Eden, are you serious?
You suck.
Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Really?
Yeah, seriously, it should have been obvious that if your Oscar wasn't dealing enough damage, this person who has Crit Plus will be able to buff his damage so that he can kill. Not that.
I mean,
Okay, well, Hidden's here to understand the kits now.
You need guild affiliations.
Oh my god.
You can just read the kits on the wiki.
No, they have to read it here.
You can't do that.
The wiki doesn't exist. This is the only authoritative source of information. Everybody must watch your streams. It is the law.
Queen of the Moonlight Summer Edition. How's it been 3+ hours? Because we had like over almost 20.
It was 24
at this point, but we're gonna have more.
Yeah.
No, I mean that's in total. But
Yeah,
I think we've been past 20. I'll probably try pairing her with Itzamna. What? But they both have to move.
I'm not seeing the synergy here.
They're mutually exclusive. They have to move. So if you move one, like both Itzamnas, if you move one, you have to move. You can't move the other, so they do nothing.
I guess it's like, because Valentine Zamna has like those CP conditional, so I guess like with an ally that can attack a bunch, they can maybe generate some more CP for him.
Maybe.
But, like,
yeah.
You have to pick between moving one of them each turn, which is kind of, I don't know.
I mean, you never have to move technically once
Zamna's
to give out
pretty,
CP ability.
I mean, yeah, but then what is she doing?
She's just looking pretty. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess if you like refill
Joe
Zamna's
never won
CP
this.
enough, he can like see us like once every 2 turns, maybe. I don't know. And I guess the CS is pretty strong, so that's nice.
This kit is so bizarre. I feel like it opens up a lot of things, but it's hard to wrap my mind around it just because it's not in a way you wouldn't expect. It's like giving people the ability to give healing and CP in a very specific range. It's like, what is this?
Probably not worth playing around. Right. I don't learn kits. I gave up years ago. Summer Shiva is my saving grace. No comment. Because I know if I do comment, it will be very caustic. Reading skills is one thing, but having them broken down is better. One after the other build up for a boss phase. But what, Summer Itzamna or Itzamna and Hecate? That wouldn't work though, because
Zalgus,
if we're talking about Christmas Itzamna, it's buff only work for 1 turn.
Maybe they just like them though.
So
Just let it happen.
No.
Let it happen.
I can-
Let their dreams be dreams.
I can-
Why am I like this?
Maybe sort of see it if they like recharge his CP to full in time for the next phase. but that's also like kind of volatile because Examna also generates his own CP by merely attacking, so it's kind of like if you charge him too fast, then he'll be stuck with like nothing for the next phase. So it's like, eh.
People must be taught the way of things. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Right. If Ara can't understand the kit, what hope do I have?
It's more of a holistic, don't understand kind of sense, but okay.
Yeah, I don't think he literally means he doesn't understand it, but yes, that's all.
Okay, let's move on to everybody's favorite unit, McCroik. Erbie, it's your favorite unit. Go, tell us about how much you love him.
Hate him, but I do like his kit though, unfortunately. So right, he's finally another unit that can bestow combo. We don't have a lot of these, especially not ones that bestow combo without moving. So he's capable of doing that through a very unique way. So let's start with how he bestows a combo, or rather how he gets the combo. When he appears, he gives combo to himself at 100%. And then every 2 turns, he bestows combo to himself at 90%. So you're going to have this permanent combo on him, since his when appearing combo is only going to last 1 turn. Is going to fade out on turn 2, where he reapplies it. So he's going to, assuming you skill save him or he never fails the 90%, he's going to always have combo. He also has face start vigor to himself at also 90%. And the reason I was saying that he bestows combo is because he has a face start HP conditional of 100%, spread buff to all allies, left, right, up, and down at 100%. This is a guaranteed buff spread without moving, but unfortunately it's only face start, and he needs to have 100%. So it's very restrictive, but it's very serviceable in event quests like these right now. So as I mentioned, since he bestows combo and vigor to himself, he's capable of transferring these effects as well immediately. So that's combo and vigor directly transferred to your allies right from the get-go. He also is capable of bestowing crit plus to himself and allies left and right at a 20% rate. This rate looks pretty bad, but it's going to roll a lot of times since it's an after attacking effect. He's going to have plenty of opportunities to trigger this. Assuming he hits 3 enemies, he's going to have 6 opportunities to trigger this crit plus. So it's almost a certainty that it's going to trigger when you hit 3 enemies, and assuming they don't die immediately from the first hit, that is, which is probably very likely because he is capable of some pretty neat damage with vigor and this crit plus later. And not only that, but he also has, when attacking, weakness to hit units and enemies left and right of them at 70%. This isn't quite the best rate, and there's not a lot of workarounds around this, but it's usually around what we get for weakness spread and this angle. So this is already in itself a ridiculous amount of damage boosting. If we take all of these buffs into account, including the weakness, which I probably shouldn't, but even excluding the weakness, we're already looking at a multiplier much higher than whatever Wakan Infinity can bestow. Unfortunately, there's all these restrictions here in place to make sure he's not too powerful. But he's still one of the strongest buffers we've ever had up to this point. and he bestows combo too, which is also in itself very rare. So even if we're not looking for offensive buffs, it's a pretty good way to get combo instead of just bringing Mobster or Wakantanka 5 or that one unit whose event was this year and we all forgot.
Durmacala.
He also has Valentine Tanitomo.
Oh, right.
He can also steal buffs from enemies at an 80%. This can potentially be used to spread more buffs to allies, which is always a plus sign. Assuming you finish the phase in one turn, which is the ideal scenario. If you're using this unit, you probably want to use him in vertical maps where you can clear all the columns immediately in one turn. That is the ideal scenario here. Obviously, it's very restrictive, but it is how you're supposed to use them, or at least how I think Life Wonders wants you to use them. And he also has some pretty neat defense as well. When he appears, he applies a Adamantine to himself at 100%, so he's not gonna die immediately if he doesn't clear his column. He still has some form of defense through this Adamantine that is going to last like 3 turns, which is usually what the amount it's going to last to clear your farming quests. 3 turns, surprisingly. He also has a debuff heal for no reason whatsoever. It's just to completely overload him and give him a bit of sustain and to help him with his phase start conditional, so that he can keep spreading buffs even if he loses HP to some weird on-hit effect when hitting an enemy. If that enemy applies a debuff, then there is a chance that, or rather, if that enemy applies flat damage to units that hit him,
I like the wording you're
might
doing.
be able to restore that HP.
Because if he gets a debuff that reduces damage, that's not going to block
I'm trying my best here.
it. No, I know what you're trying to
my
say.
best here, okay? He also has the dumbest status I've ever seen, but it's probably lore related. He applies Dazzle Strengthening to himself, even though he has no way to apply Dazzle to himself. So that's neat. I guess it's kind of an immunity to Dazzle.
It's technically better
Also,
than
he's
mini.
become stronger with Dazzle, which is okay, I guess. It can be useful. Things I wanted to say is that, fortunately, he has no way to charge his CS other than his combo, making him hit multiple times and generate CP more times than usual, because if he eventually CS's, he's going to be a lot weaker potentially a lot weaker than he was without CSing, because he's going to apply the same stuff he already did regularly, but at the SA level that he currently has. The weakness to hit units and the enemies near them is going to be level 1 if you only have 1 copy of him, and the crit plus is also going to only be level 1 to himself and his allies, but at least he can bestow them up and down here. So yeah, I think he's a pretty neat offensive support unit and combo spreader. Obviously there's a lot of gaps in this kit, because how restrictive the spread buffs condition really is. Life Wonders does not really want to give spread buffs to everyone, only Wakantanka Infinity, apparently. Especially since after Sunday you got nerfed even because of it. But I think this is a pretty neat unit that could potentially see a lot of use, even beyond the event. Definitely one of my favorite units, at least from this banner. And that's pretty much it.
Alright. Yeah, he just is very obviously a column.
Alright.
Go ahead.
I forgot to say something that I don't think it was mentioned yet, but all these banner units are from the entertainers. So he gains a buff in.
Wait, I didn't realize McCroy was from the entertainers.
Entertainers.
I thought he was a berserker. I guess he's just from the
Every
academy.
unit in this banner is in the entertainers. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Or-
if you boost the entertainers affiliation, you're boosting your entire farming team.
Yeah, McCroy's biggest buff is that he gets to be in a guild now.
I guess. But I still think his kit is pretty good though. Even besides that.
Wait, Hecate's part of the
I think it's
entertainers?
pretty.
No, it's just for the event.
Yeah, every event
Yeah.
variant here is entertainers alongside their normal guild.
I see. So Hecate's
Yeah,
part of the entertainers for this event. Okay.
Yeah. She's at entertainers too.
Okay.
I think he can be a pretty cool unit if you skill seed him. But if you skill seed this thing, then you're beyond hope. Yeah. I kinda do like his kit, like in concept, but I think in practice you probably have better column clearing support, just because of how inconsistent his weakness spread is, and also 20% on crit plus, even when you hit 6 targets, is still kind of shaky.
Use Smoky God.
I'm
Stop.
Jesus Christ.
Don't do that.
Always.
I think
Yeah, I'm not completely sold on him yet. I think he's a bit too gated on those 3x6 maps, and he'll have very limited use outside of those maps.
yeah, I'm
Just because
just cause.
his buff spread on turn start is adjacent allies. So if your allies are positioned diagonally from him at the start of the fight, then they won't benefit from his buffs.
Yeah, most likely you'll want a column clear behind him directly, which then one of them will carry themselves to the other column, so that he can actually get vigor guaranteed and combo, I guess.
Yeah, that is the point. Because you can't actually guarantee him to immediately give all the buffs in the first phase.
He's doing enough damage for me in my drop quest clears that even if he's supposedly inconsistent on this kit, like I haven't noticed, he's just deleting his column fine. He's, perfectly fine plug in and play column clear. And as I mentioned before, you swap column clears out depending on what you're missing, and this one is nice because he amps both his own column as well as the columns directly adjacent to his, presuming they're there during turn start or base start. But yeah, the rates being shaky is probably his biggest flaw. Other than that, though, solid damage.
Really gambler tier crit rate or crit plus rate, but yeah, he's been fine. I haven't used him that much yet because I'm doing the other grind quest. But his damage is certainly high, and he can be both a team support and a solo attacker if you so choose. Although you probably wouldn't have him be the only attacker. But yeah, I don't really know what's up with the dazzle myself, but
It's probably a lore thing.
it's probably just a lore thing, as per usual. Well, that's fine. But yeah, he's definitely pretty good. He's better than Hecate, because I don't think his kit has as many of these kind of awkward things that are holding it back.
I feel like his kit is pretty consistent on what it wants to do, at least.
Yeah, there is a lot more cohesion here than Hecate's, whatever she has.
Grab bag of random skill effects. Random bullshit go.
It
skill
literally
effects
is
that
random bullshit go.
are all mutually exclusive shit.
I can't believe the Crichton evasion rolling apologist jumped out so hard that Erbie also became a McCroy apologist.
No,
Oh yeah,
I hate
this
him.
is the biggest turnaround.
I hate him, but also his kit is so good.
Stockholm syndrome.
The multiplier he can bestow is ridiculous.
Stupid
Especially for a
Baka. I only
four-star,
like you for your
so-
kit.
Yes, exactly.
Erbie when he sees the crit plus at a 20% rate versus when he sees Halloween Alps crit on a 20% rate.
I'm sorry, but at least you can roll it 6 times.
There it is, the Triton apologist.
I'm right. You know I'm right.
No. No. We're not gonna be hitting 3 units a no, jeez. Yeah, okay, go ahead and read the chat. Erbie.
You just have to believe. Where were we again?
It's him, Big Mac.
Okay, it's him,
Big
Big Mac. Arguably the closest thing we have of a 4-star Walter. I hear Mac was pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much a 4-star Walter, but with a lot of restrictions, but with higher ceilings. Better keep him away from Kagutsuchi with how he's kidnapping all those bugs.
You can keep them.
Thank you, Harvey, for reminding me of Kagutsuchi. It was very important. I unfortunately didn't get him. Hopefully next time. Been loving using Macroic with Sphinx with this event. Oh yeah, that definitely helps with all his rates and also with the weakness spread as well.
It's pretty much McCroy putting
maybe
on
he has
the
the
Triton wig and then Erbie being like, perfection.
It's never happening. But also, I'm actually considering using him on the HP Blossom farm.
Oh my gosh.
But maybe he has the Dazzle buff because of the HDQs. I doubt it. It's probably some stupid lore thing. We have Tangaroo and Mugen at home. What do you mean this Dazzle's strengthening thing? His variant art looks a bit better compared to his original units. I think it's the same, he's just wearing less clothes.
I guess it's because of the more colorful foreground compared to how...
If you look at everything
Not
besides
this is-
McCroy, it looks really good.
Yeah.
I guess.
Like,
Love that beat.
his base 4-star have, like, pretty monotonous colors for, pretty much everything. But here there is a nice array of, you know, a nice palette here. With some more diversity and whatnot.
You do look like a colorful scheme.
Yeah. And also Erbie Tsundere era, and that's all the comments.
Alright, moving on. We will now finally be talking about everyone's reason why they decided to hop on the stream and stay for over 3 hours. Harvey, if you will, lead us to justice and peace and harmony.
I don't think there's any Leib stands left watching. They all have very short attention spans, I imagine. But if you're still here, then congrats, we need it. Alright, so Summer Leib, he is a fire short range unit with a basic investment attack stat of 5,300 and max attack of 8,500. So, his first skill increases HP to allies around him at an 80% rate if he's above half HP. When he's below 20% HP, he'll gain 80 CP on turn start, and also remove all debuffs placed onto him at a slightly worse rate. His CS is snipe range and bestows guts to himself and all allies on the board, as long as it damages someone. This also removes a debuff and a 2 square diamond radius and grants himself Ardor. So this is kind of a nice homage to his base kit where he would like constantly roll for guts by attacking people. But now it's actually guaranteed as long as he's low on health. Let me bring my notes. His second skill gives Reflect debuff to himself and allies that square around him at phase start, and also gives Gut Strengthening to himself and the entire board when appearing, and also gives everyone Guts when appearing. So Gut Strengthening here is a ×2 multiplier, meaning that for the first 4 turns of the fight, unless the enemies manage to proc your Guts early, everyone will have a 2 times multiplier on their attacks. And his third skill, as long as he remains above the 20% HP threshold, he'll bestow Ardor and a square around him at an 80% rate, and Arousal at 70%. He also retains his resistance to every skill locking debuff here. Keep in mind that you do have to keep him still, so you can't ferry him around for these specific buffs. For his fourth skill, he gets concentration on phase start. So if you're using him as a farming support, you can add an extra 10% proc rate to all of his skills that I mentioned earlier. At the end of the move phase, if his HP is over half health, he'll bestow Vigor to himself and allies that square around him at an 80% rate, or 90% if concentration is active. If he's below 50% HP, he'll instead give Tenacity a slightly higher rate. Finally, at turn start, if he has below 1% HP, he'll get healed for 1500 HP. This will only activate basically when Guts is procced and he's literally at 1 HP. So at level 70 with 0 HP seeds, this heal is actually enough to raise him above that 20% HP threshold so he can immediately start giving Ardor again. But as someone who has both level seeded him and blossomed him, I cannot take advantage of this skill, which is sad. So, at base investment, Leib will do around 15k damage to each child by himself, which is pretty respectable damage given that he has a shitload of utility in his kit. With Gut Strengthening, Ardor, and Vigor combined, Leib is literally giving out lane-in level multipliers to allies one square around him without having to move. And while it may seem like he's skill seed bait with some of his spotty proc rates, he actually has quite generous trigger timings for some of his important buffs. So as long as you have a way to increase his skill activation rates on either phase start or turn start, you can get by without skill seeding him, with the only buff you're missing out on being maybe Arousal. His Reflect debuff and skill lock resistance can be really beneficial for dispatching some annoying enemies if you supply them with enough damage, as there will be mobs out there that respond with some pretty annoying debuffs when they're attacked, but Leib's kit allows them to ignore them almost completely. So, as a party support for farm quests, he can be a very potent passive buffer. You can stick certain board red raiders next to him and they'll benefit from just, being near him, because he doesn't need to move at all. But if you want to reposition him, then the best opportunity to do so will be during the first phase or turn. And this is because enemies are usually less tanky here, so you won't need the multiplier from Ardor. His gut spam is kind of a meme, but despite not being 100% CP when he's low, it's actually very possible for him to consistently reapply guts without outside CP generation. And this may require him to hit more than one enemy per CS, or maybe tank more than one hit before reapplying guts, but natural CP generation can actually play a big role for his guts cheese. Of course, the caveat here being that being semi-immortal is that it's harder to give your team damage buffs, and that you can constantly need to make sure that your CS actually hits something. But I think that's a small price to pay for consistent permanent guts. Keep in mind that in order to constantly CS, Leib himself needs to be at critical HP constantly, which means he might have anti-synergy with healers unless your goal is to pivot him back into being an offensive support. So, if you're still watching this segment and you're wondering if Leib is a good unit or not, in my opinion, he is pretty good. He's very beginner friendly. He has extremely strong buffing potential. Has one of the best defensive niches in the game, and can deal with a good amount of debuffs with ease. For ARs, if you're planning on boosting a specific resource, he has access to the Beast Tamer's Unit EXP booster, the Crafter's AR token booster, the Genocider's Blossom booster, and the Tycoon's Rank EXP and Coin booster. Otherwise, if you just want to tweak his gameplay, you can use the Gabe/Nomad AR to further help with his proc rates early on. For teammates, if you're using him for an offensive support for farming, some choices for column clearing are Christmas Nomads, since very few of their buffs overlap. You can also bring units like Christmas Fushi or other crit-based column clearers like Bunyan or Otime. For wider maps, you should use white attackers like Summer Shiva, Oscar, Perun, and Yuma. For his more defensive teams, you should make sure that you bring someone with a wide range of movement to make sure that he can always reach a target with his CS. And some amount of CP generation is recommended, but it's not required, as I stated earlier. So yeah, that's all my thoughts on this bear.
It's not just this bear, it's a very special bear too, isn't it? Surprised you could get it down so briefly though. Actually, Zalgus, you go next, because I know you actually got Leib too and you're a big fan of him.
I don't know about big fan, but yes, I do like him. But yeah, so having used him in a dungeon myself, yeah, his damage amping is pretty ridiculous. It's mostly maintenance free. I mean, as long as you don't move him, is very easy to maintain, and the other one being move face end, which is the best trigger timing, is great. So it's he's definitely very easy to make use of, and very effective, despite how easy he is to use. And he himself does a decent amount of damage, so I'd say it's a pretty nice turnabout from his regular 5-star. Although it wasn't, quite the unique thing I was hoping for, but despite that, it's a very good kit. It's very easy to plug into most teams and make good use of. So I like it.
Erbie, you want to go next?
Erbie hates
He's
it.
okay.
There it is.
Awesome.
That's all I have to say. Everyone already said everything pretty concisely. He's a good offensive buff spreader. Plug and play, and he does things. That is pretty much it. He can also be used as a defensive support, but honestly, people are just going to use him for those sweet offensive buffs. I just kind of wish the buff spreads were a little bit wider, but you take what you can get. The guts strength is alright. The guts is alright, yeah. He needs more. He needs more.
Yeah, I would love if he had 2 square diamond radius. That would be great.
Okay, I think he's strong enough,
I would
guys.
not be opposed to that.
Alright.
No. That one YouTuber said he was trash, so he needs a buff.
Oh my god. Oh my... That's what they said? Alright, we're not gonna name names here, alright?
He said, great art, subpart kit, is what I remember.
I never
Please
said
don't...
anything of that.
Okay, let's not say names here, even though I'm so tempted to. Yeah.
I'm not saying anything.
Before I give my thoughts on this,
I was just saying that it was cooler if the buffs had better ranges, but they're still pretty good. This, especially the guts one, it's the best one. It's just not Wakan Infinity, unfortunately. Needs a buff.
not Wakan no Smoky, the ultimate combo. Okay, I do have one question for Harvey before we continue. Presuming you tested this sorely. That last skill effect, if HP is less than 1%, does that work when he's at 1 HP, or is that just like a bugged skill?
Yes, it's supposed to heal him when he's at 1 HP.
Okay, good. So it's like pretty much it rounds down then.
Does
It doesn't actually
show?
mean 0% exactly. It just rounds down to 0 from 1 HP. Okay. Thank you.
Functionally, it doesn't do anything for me because it can't bring him above that barrier threshold, but it's there, so it functions, I guess.
Yeah, there's a weird
it works.
uncanny zone gap between those two, unfortunately. But yeah, thank you for confirming that. Yeah, that raised my opinion more of him to actually, I guess, function a bit more as intended. Not by much, though. My opinion of him is quite high in terms of kit, but not because he does just, fancy things. He does a lot of things, but simple, direct things that you all want for the most relevant quests. That is, say, seed grinding, blossom grinding, coin grinding. He does damage amplification board-wide, and even greater locally. He does column clearing, and he's not restricted to his range, so you can even Oz him for board wipes. He does debuff mitigation, which I unfortunately haven't spelled, but supposedly that's an important mechanic in Chapter 14 grinding. And last but not least, he can equip the Genocider's AR. So I feel like they packed so much into this unit, but he's not completely bland to just be a very functional unit. He also has that Guts meme going on, which seems to be pretty potent. As you said, it's fairly easy to get 100 CP, even potentially with natural CP gen every turn. So that'll be a fun meme to see. Might actually work, what's called, since he doesn't really, actually his damage is restricted to only when he's above a certain amount of HP, right? So he probably won't be doing much damage, he's just gonna be for surviving, right?
Basically, if he's at that point.
Yeah.
If he's at like your first leader slot, then I guess he can supply your team with guts to keep the gut strengthening effect going. But
did he give the exact damage
I forgot to
values,
mention
by the way?
that. For what?
It's just regular damage for his attack.
Oh, for his attack. I said it was at base investment. It was like 15k per tile for his normal attack.
15k. No, is my
Around
boogie math
that.
acting here again? Because I have a different value. I'm not going to say my value then. I thought it was a lot higher.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I think I might have missed something.
Okay. Mine's at 25k, which makes it slightly under Babe Bunyan, but he has the advantage of he's not restricted to his column. And of course on charge he's stronger, but at that point he's probably not gonna have all his amps up. But yeah, he's a very impressive unit for me overall. Just a 11.52 times multiplier with Vigor and Ardor and Guts for any ally means that he'll just have a lot of general utility, whether it's for himself or for any other team you want to make. So he's a very damaged unit with that would meme too. So yeah, I like him. Too bad I didn't get him, but it's fine. I got the unit I actually wanted. This kit isn't. Anyway, it's great. But yeah.
Well, at least, that unit's base 4-star is actually usable compared to this unit's base 5-star. But, it's give and take for some of them.
I guess so.
But I'm kind of happy with this kit, even if it's not too flashy. But, I can make him work.
The only downside of his kit is honestly just Vigor and Ardor being extremely common. So, other than that, it's fine. He's Unga Bunga big damage for himself and everyone else. 25
Vigor isn't that common because I don't have fucking Yoritomo. So
Vigor is common if you pulled in this banner because almost all units have it.
well, I'm not gonna use McCroy, so wait, 25k is right? Jesus, what am I doing wrong? What is
Yes!
shots
Validated!
multiplier?
The boogie math has been sent over to Harvey instead. I'm finally free from the curse.
0.25.
Alright.
Grrr.
Okay, I think we have sucked Leib's cock well not hard enough, so you're free to beat out the chat now. Go ahead, Harvey.
Okay. Trying to find where we left off. Erbie Tsundere era, was that it?
Yes.
Yes, that was the last one.
It was all a plan. My boy, Pog, for views and retention time. Oh. Not that censor again, Lamau.
Yeah, honestly, the censor makes him even look even more naked.
Ayylmao Leib. My squishy cushion polar bear. Polar bear emoji. Hi, Milk. I want to lay my head on his belly. I see this with the purest of intentions. I also resonate with that sentiment, but maybe not too pure. Leib is finally living a dream. Fat stacks for no work at all. Beat the enemy's Snorlax style loafing around. The hells we will go through for Big Dad Leib. Attention much deserved. Eyes pan down. Everyone is thinking it. We did it, everyone. We lived long enough to see Leib be a useful unit. Slacking is the ultimate loafer. Doesn't even move if there is food around him. Kids aside, Leib is literally giving you the it's not gonna suck itself look. Why is this chat so horny?
We know how it's horny.
Stab is thinking. True, but people use Snorlax more often because Snorlax is hindered by his ability. Like Leib, but not up to want or need his variant. Strangely enough, I want Sepactly more actually! Exclamation mark 1. Good bear. Cuddle bear finally showing off the quote-unquote assets. A solid con player who at worst spreads vigor without needing to be moved. Probably gonna be permanently occupying my fire support slot outside of events. The summer globe. Oz, Leib, Shiva, Wakan, it's getting hot in here. With the relationships and Scar and the cloth by his ankles, it looks like he's naked. Smirk emoji.
Oh yeah, it does look like he's interesting.
I think they might have wanted Hecate and Leib to play well together, since Hecate keeps the team healthy by killing the enemy, which Leib is good at. 25k DPS is right. What have I did wrong? Oh, right, shot multiplier is 45. Fuck.
Boogeyman haunts you.
I've been like doing math with all these like snipe and magic range units for you, so it's like I think 0.26 is like the default that I go to when I calculate for damage. But yeah, now that I think about it, it's probably 25k. I got that, yeah. The reason why I don't like Leib that much is because of how pushes work. No, his juniors like if they nightmare about
Just say his name, it's Jamaman.
about the how much you push give them is a problem. Leib needed to impress people this time around, so no horny from me this time. You could push me if you wanted to. Okay, thank you, chat.
Thank you indeed.
God, that was a lot.
I don't know where that chat comment came from. I was totally lost when he suddenly said it's not gonna suck itself, but I had to do it up. Okay, if you say it's in chat, sure. Anyways, we'll move on to the final topic. My favorite topic, but clearly not according to the poll, unfortunately. Oh, it's fine. Oh, that's the wrong slide. Okay, we will now be talking about Boogeyman, the other 5-star in the banner. So this is actually the one I wanted, which, you know, that's kind of deranged because, frankly speaking, his kit is nowhere near as good as Leib's, and it's honestly not really good in general. But we'll get to that. I'll just go ahead and break down his kit right now. So, Boogeyman is a sweet spot damage dealer. What does this mean? It means he attacks all 5 of the squares, but not all 5 of the squares will have equal damage. As you can expect, for magic range damage, the sweet spot will be direct in the center of that cross range. So, yeah, in his sour spot, that is say his minimum damage, he'll always have his defense piercing, as well as piercing the wall status effect. So not everyone who pierces all the removable defense buffs can pierce walls. He's unique in being able to do that. Although there's like only one unit who has that right now. There's also his ability to self-bestow limit every time he attacks before calculations. And he can also bestow Berserk Plus, which lasts for 4 turns on arrival for a 2.6 times multiplier. And last but not least, or actually last but definitely least, he has a 3 times advantage against Countdown on charge, as well as inflicting Countdown on charge. there is no way for him to build his charge, so none whatsoever. He's never gonna use that ability unless you have like fucking what's called guild affiliations up for him for CP or some other team building shit like that, and it's not worth it. But we'll get to that later. So for his sweet spot, he can either apply or inflict fear in shot range to on movement phase end, so either when he idles or moves, at a 90% rate. Alternatively, he and with the sphere, he has a 2x advantage against it. Alternatively, he can inflict stigma in the horizontal part of his magic range on movement phase end at a 90% rate. So both of them effectively are damage amps as a result, and that means only the center square has both damage amps. Speaking for his damage potential, he'll always have at least one of his damage amps, so I'll just pick the lowest one out of the two, his fear advantage. And I'll describe his damage from there. So for his regular magic attack, with limit at 100% HP, and with berserk, and with fear advantage, with fear, he'll be doing around 7.8 thousand damage per square. So it's not great. It's okay. It's within magic damage deal range, but it's nowhere near the upper echelons. It's more around like just underneath Horkir Kami's damage. And this is with Berserk, by the way, which only lasts for effectively 3 turns because the 4th turn is just eaten up by the when arrival condition, or when appearing condition, rather. If he happens to have his Stigma 2 on the sweet spot, then that would ramp up to 41,000 damage per square. I also have his damage values for his charge, whether he has Fear Advantage versus both Fear and Stigma. But just to let you know, it's a bit over 100,000 without Stigma versus a bit under 250,000 damage per square with Stigma. But you'll pretty much never get this unless you're really building his charge up because, again, he has no CP abilities whatsoever. He has no statuses that bestow CP. He has no direct CP bestowing abilities. He has no combo ability. He's got nothing for it. Not even on his charge to refresh his charge. Which is unfortunate because he would actually benefit from that damage a lot since his base damage is quite middling in comparison to other damage dealers. Besides his damage dealing capabilities, he's also a minor tank, which is to say he's not like the central tank, but he has some tanky capabilities. He can resist fear, and he has evasion on self on phase start, and he has this really bizarre effect where he reduces the damage of all enemies on phase start, or he inflicts a status on phase start where all enemies with countdown will deal half the damage. So it's a ear removal and lasts forever, essentially. But countdown itself does not last that long. It lasts for exactly 1 turn once he inflicts it. So somehow, if they're able to survive his actually strong charge, which he can never get, then they will do half damage for exactly 1 turn. Which is okay, I guess. They won't survive that, so I don't understand why it's there, but sure. And unless they have guts, I guess. I don't know. And he also does a bit of healing when he charges, so that adds to his minor tank capabilities. It's not great. So that's like the entirety of it, the most obvious parts of his kit. There's also, you can look at it from a more supportive side, because, you know, he still has that nourishment ability, which I haven't talked about yet. It's a very low rate out of low range of 60% on transport to adjacent allies, not even to self. And he still has the disrupting effects of his actual debuffs that he takes advantage of. So other allies can take advantage of Stigma, and your entire team can take advantage of Fear. But yeah, it's a very, very, very limited case unit in terms of what's called. Now let's begin. The limitations of this unit. Berserk only lasts until the end of turn 3. So he's not gonna have permanent uptime for his full damage, which is extremely sad considering his damage isn't even that great to begin with. Secondly, his limit is only 80%. It's not even guaranteeable if he has skill seeding, which I do, because he doesn't even have any other rate up skill effects or statuses. So it's like, why? Next, he won't benefit from weapon change of his Oz, because his damage amp sources are strictly within the ranges of short range and the horizontal part of his magic range. It does not spread to every enemy he hits. And there's only 1 square of a sweet spot. So it's his maximum damage is not something you're going to be seeing on most enemies he hits in the first place, even on turn 1. And as I said before, he has no way of building his charge. No CP building skills whatsoever. Very, 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 very sad. I do love Boogeyman either way, but still, it's disappointing when Leib's right there with his jacked-ass hyper-relevant kit. Due to the limitations, he is good-ish, but not great for column clearing. I mean, you know, his sour spot damage is still like 17.8 thousand damage. It's still okay. It's not great, but it's workable. Just need some additional damage buffs. He doesn't need to move at least, and he is absolutely not appropriate for Oz board wiping. As a result, his best usage cases is not really for grinding. Rather, his best usage cases is just because of his decently long-lasting debuffs with Fear and Stigma. So it's ideal for blind quest clears and multi-phase, multi-mechanic quests, where you know he can actually debilitate units. Because 90% is, you know, on Fear is still strong, just not for grinding. And Stigma, your allies can take advantage of course. And Kibi, okay-ish for boss killing. Some, you know, after only 2 squares away rather than 3 squares away like Ramu. So yeah, he has one of the dubious honors of being one of the few units to actually be able to reach Ramu that can pierce all defense buffs, but it's not even at his sweet spot, so it's not great. Boogeyman, what did they do to you? Okay. Depression rant over. Well, you guys can comment.
I think it is funny that... No, go ahead.
Okay. They got rid of his identity of like constantly pulling enemies, and now he's just like this half-assed debuffer / DPS. And it's weird because you'd expect him to be good at column clearing with like, you know, Berserk, like literally expiring on phase or turn 3.
No, he's not.
And he has limit, and he has like the fear advantage, right? So he should be doing good damage.
Boogie, why?
It's just, but he's just outclassed by other column clearers.
I even heard in passing people having trouble clearing with Boogie.
Outclassed by McCoy. That is my take on it.
Yeah.
It feels like they swapped rarities. Like Boogeyman could be like a really strong 4-star, and if they fix like some of the proc rates on McCroy, he could be a pretty decent 5-star, you know?
That's probably what happened, really, because
I wouldn't mind exclusive sweet spot damage in Magic.
Not McCroy.
Like, I wouldn't mind exclusive sweet spot on damage. You know, we had like units like what's called Ahura Mazda or face Mike Wazowski staring face dog guy idol. What's his name? Amdusius, yeah. We had units like that, which is restricted to their weapon change to have their actual damage for just blow. So, you know, it's like they're not audible, but they still function in that way to what's called be effective within the range. And I wouldn't mind having Boogie be exclusively effective within his range, but it's like it's not even in his sweet spot. Okay. He's still not stronger than Andvari. What the fuck? He's still.
I'm spying 2 traces of like potential like 4-star skills, and those are being like the 20% after attacking remove debuff and the 60%.
I forgot to mention that entirely. I didn't write that in my notes. It's such a nothing skill. Why is that there? Why is it there?
You know what? This is just like last year. They swapped Summer Oz and Summer Ericles rarities at the last second. That's what happened.
No.
You heard it here first, folks.
Stop. We got it. You're in your McCroy era. Jeez. Boogeyman does not deserve this slander. He deserves so much better. Hoping for an Evo expediently, because this is just... How could you release such a great Evo for Andvari, and then release this unit right after, who's not even doing, like... who's barely doing half his damage, only in his sweet spot at a not guaranteed rate? What? And then he has a bunch of useless
but imagine the Christmas Ryota synergy. When you get that magic range CS off.
That's like the only thing that's okay with his damage, and I say only okay because it's not like one 3x multiplier is gonna save him for his charge, which he can't even get at all. What the fuck is this?
Hey, he CS's a lot in my farm clears because McCroy keeps giving him
McCroy.
That's a McCroy thing, not a Boogie
now
thing.
he keeps attacking dead enemies twice.
McCroy is carrying Boogeyman.
Oh my god, I hate this. I'm sorry, Boogeyman. I don't regret pulling you. I kept on pulling you, and not for Leib specifically. As great as Leib's kit is, my heart belongs to you, Boogie. But, my dude, what is this kit? Please, go back to the drawing board. Please, recook. Go back to the kitchen. It's not good.
Kind of funny because the first time I went on the page for his for the event or on Boogeyman's page rather, and I scrolled down and I didn't scroll down far enough when I saw the pull on his 4-star. I was like, oh wow, they kept him with that. That's neat. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, this is the old kit. And I scrolled down further, and then it's like this, which is like very, very unimpressive. It's like okay damage, but compared to, you know,
see, it
other
could be
5 stars.
okay. It could be an okay thing to just be magic range sweet spot. It's a fine concept. If the damage was actually good, it's not good. Even in sweet spot, it's just like not even in very damage. What the fuck?
It is kind of sad because this is like one of the most bland kits I've seen from a unit that has like one of the most interesting 4-star kits with like his constant pulls and like the combo shenanigans and the crispy kit and all that.
Yeah, Boogie's base kit is just so wonderful. He's a staple and like, you know, almost as frequently talked about as Oz or Smoking God because of how ubiquitous his abilities. And this is just, what is this? It's like already outdated by the Evo that came out directly before him. No one's gonna use this kit really. Like, I'm only putting him up just because, you know, I want to show I like him, but no one's gonna use him. I hate this.
Maybe there's some secret tech with them that we'll figure out
You just
in
got hit
6 months.
by the sunshine Christmas beam.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Do you have any AI recommendations for this man?
No. Would I recommend bringing this for grinding? No. So I'm not gonna suggest you bring it with like seed or blossom boosters, even though you can equip both. Perfect opportunity for him to equip either for being good at either, but he's not. Oh my god. Like maybe be okay with Ramu, but like fucking Andvari with his charge can deal enough damage to just go through it even without defense piercing. Jesus Christ.
Oh really?
Yeah, he can. He's just outside.
Pretty shit. Honestly, if I had him, I'd probably use him less than Hecate, which is saying a lot.
Oh, Boogie.
Well, at least he looks cute here. So, that's something, right?
At least he does, yeah. I'm happy I got him.
You can be with your kin of the Valentine Shino support.
Okay, I'm gonna
Your
get...
trophy husband.
How dare you?
Okay, Boogie Evo win! I'm going to read the chat now. It's too depressing to continue this facade. Okay, where were we? Let's see.
Wow, we just passed the 4-hour mark.
Oh my god, no! My other stream was officially late.
I was gonna say,
I'll just reschedule
the other stream time. And...
I'll just reschedule to next hour or something like that. And besides, if I do that, I can eat dinner. Sorry for anyone waiting for that. Okay, so the poll was rigged. Question for everyone: is Boogeyman hotter with or without the mask? Someone say with, someone say without. The best thing about Boogeyman is you can pick your poison and stick with whatever you like. And you can even swap it out between maskless naked body or maskless closed or masked naked body or mask closed. It's great. Boogeyman in the crowd went mild. Wait, I like this art at least. I like the mask aesthetic, but he's cuter without the mask. He's really cute without the mask, but I just like the aesthetic with the mask too much. I like them both equally. He's got a good face without the mask. Yeah. very still S tier in my heart. Harking back to the Taylor stream. Without the mask, he shouldn't hide his face. I mean, it's a sacred artifact, this thing. Like Hot Bodyguard, who's been through some fights. The reason why I don't like Leib that much is because of... I read this already. Why is that posted twice?
That's because he posted it like 3 times.
Okay. It sure isn't...
We must know this 3 times.
Alright, I'll just skim over it. That sure is a unit that can do Summer Oz farming, but absolutely needs Walter. That is not a unit that can do Summer Oz farming whatsoever. His Stigma and Fear is restricted to the magic range, not his attacks. So it's not Ozbolt, it's not.
But the limit and Berserk Plus.
Stop. That's not enough. Might as well just use Musashi or Hogan at that point.
Oh my god, I can't believe, finally, Festival Hogan has a...
I'm gonna talk over you now, just stop. No!
You can use Grammar 3.
No! The reason why I don't like Leib that much is because, oh my god, why am I reading that again? Posted this 3 times, thanks. A mediocre water mage. Have we seen that before? Boogeyman swapped out his niche to try and fit in. Boogeyman, you just have to be yourself, baby. You don't have to try to be another Valentine Bloor. He's already outdated anyways. Can Boogie even outperform Summer Thunderbird in terms of sweet spot? Probably not. Boogie Bulge, come the event rerun. Boogeyman will be the only unit to not get the Evo. Sad. With Life Wonders track record for Evos? Quite possibly. Hecate McCroy, Leib, Life Wonders, no more good units space, Life Wonders. Wish granted. No! I'm memeing on Andvari, I still really like Boogeyman. Just a shame it's not absurd. Yeah, I pulled specifically for Boogeyman, even knowing both Leib's and Boogeyman's kits. You know, as busted as Leib is, there's like... He's not the first to have like multiple damage amps board wide now, so it's just one more option of many. Whereas Boogeyman, I mean, there's only one Boogeyman, even if there's like his kit can be board entirely. He doesn't seem that bad if you pretend he's a first What's that? No, no. I mean,
That's
honestly,
okay. That's what I do with the Festival Lead show, so you're not alone.
I recommend a skill evolution next year. I recommend one within the year. Boogie Woogie on the sandy beach all day. Yeah, Boogie's art is really cute. I'd give him a hug. I'd let him chase me down with that chainsaw. And then lock me in his basement. And then do unspeakable things to me as he works on his next hot Evo.
24 hours.
Sorry, yeah, I'm getting tired. And then some. Thanks for letting me know. Benches Boogeyman for Leib. Cry emoji. I knew it would take 4 hours. Yeah, well, at least it didn't take 5 or 6. Boogeyman, you're supposed to be slaying the enemy, not your kid. If only each spams charge without CP battery, those countdown weekend debuffs might be more useful. Yeah, he has a lot of potential hidden behind his charge, but nope, we're not allowed to have it. Skill at least.
Just use Summer Oz and Shino, and then you're wrong. And then
he doesn't have advantage. He doesn't have advantage against countdown on his regular attack. Only his charge. He doesn't have.
You can. But the enemies won't do as much damage to you.
Just
so
use him with Temujin. So you can get the... Wait, was it Temujin? I forgot. No, it's Leecho. Just use him with Leecho.
I hate you all. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just stop. Okay, he's keyed at least, yes. We need some edits of Boogeyman. Anyway, that's it for this discussion. So, what do you guys think of the State Quest campaign and this event? And the units in it, and the ARs, and the EVOs, and everything in between. Go ahead.
I think everything was shit except the kits from this banner. Excluding Boogeyman. He's not worth it.
Andvari took his kit. I can't believe this.
Yeah, I kind of ignored everything from the Date Quest campaign. But, you know, these are some pretty interesting kits for the Summer Banner. So even if they're not like 100% optimal to use all the time, I think they're pretty interesting to at least try out once in a while. Also, the event story looks kind of fun, so I'm excited to read that when it gets translated.
Hey, another waiter for the
I
petition.
hate the event music, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's not good.
The event music exists.
The shop music
shop
is
music is
forgettable.
fun,
I
I
don't
think.
really remember it, but somehow that's not like usually. I think being forgettable is the worst crime, but the battle music is channeling Efkari really hard, so I don't know about that.
Also, I'm not really seeing the Jurassic elements in the variants. Where's the Jurassic? This just looks like some sort of resort. What do you mean Jurassic vacation?
I think it's just
Where's
like the adventure
Jurassic
gear, but I don't
story?
know.
Yeah. So
I don't know what the theme is, really.
it's supposed to be like Jurassic musical setting or something like that.
You're
Fuck
just
that
at the
means.
beach. It's-
Yeah, the music sounds like it would be like a decent like boss battle theme, but not for something like a camp musical.
Yeah. The music's not great.
Like,
well,
you-
I can't believe this is what they produced for their
Like
music.
you should you should not be hearing like the suspenseful dramatic music when your cards are like half naked Leib and Boogeyman.
Fun fact, I usually get the songs for these streams from the Hostmo OST channel, also on YouTube. They didn't upload this music for this event on a timely manner. I wonder why.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Also, because there's also the probability that they did not get laid and they got mad. I don't know.
The Leib effect.
Rage quit.
Oh my god, can you imagine if the OST channel just stopped after they didn't get a character?
Didn't get laid. Yeah, never again.
There's a lot of people that unfortunately didn't get Leib after dumping a huge amount in this banner. So, in very least, people who failed to get Leib this banner can console one another in that sense. I'm still pissed about not getting Christmas drawing though, because literally everyone else who really wanted, who like wanted him to any amount,
Yeah, I think
got
the
him,
situation is much
and I was
worse
like the
because
only one who actually extremely wanted him didn't get him.
in like 3 months.
It was so stupid. Everyone was just like, whether it was in like one server or another, people chanting, "Oh look, I got Jurong," and I'm like, "The fuck?" Shit's unfair, man. Let me sympathize with someone.
What? How many Fushi dupes do you have right now? Is it like
It was like 3.
you have like 3 copies of them?
Yeah, it was 3 copies of them.
Jeez.
Maybe you should see Fushi.
Stuff.
If I had one.
Alright. Anyways, the event theme is kind of whatever, but maybe the next story would be better. We'll just have to wait for it, maybe like next year or the year after. But, yeah. Overall, solid banner, even if Boogeyman's complete horseshit. I do like the whole banner as a whole. As a pretty solid breath of fresh air from fucking Valentine's Snowflake, at least. So, yeah. I'm just waiting for a drawing to print at this point since I already got Boogeyman. I'm gonna go read the chat if no one else has anything to say. That's fine with everyone.
It's getting kinda late.
Yeah.
for the
It's a
stream
bit too
anyways.
late for that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll briefly read it out. Let's see. Oh boy, we're getting into the Galaxy Brain strats for Boogeyman. No. Finished off on a bad note with Boogie's kid. Honestly, in hindsight, it probably should have ended off with Leib, but, you know, my bias subconsciously put Boogie at the very end, even though it was obviously a bad idea.
Yeah, you really wanted
It's
to
okay.
end with
I
the
think-
depressing.
I think we ended with a funnier discussion, so that makes up for it.
My suffering is funny to you, I see. What's
You're
new, I
laughing
guess?
too.
What's new?
Suffering. You got the unit in the end, didn't you?
I
You got
did,
Boogie.
yeah. You're right. Fine. Alright. Thanks everyone for the stream. You truly did save the best for last. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for the stream. Bye-bye. I'll leave the best. Thanks for the stream. It's the Outskins with all their expedition gear. It's been they're all putting on play. Is it a play? I don't know where this play idea is coming from. It looks more like the gear they'd wear in Jurassic Park or something, where they explore as tourists or explorers or whatever. 4 hours.
Maybe this is the entertainment.
Maybe, yeah. They got too hot for chapter 14 and need to cool down a bit. Leib paradox. Battle music was probably a male voices version of Fashionista, but it was too sexual. What the fuck is that? That canon? Didn't get Leib. Crap game. 200 stones. And I'm sorry that happened to you, same happened to me with Valentine, Jacob. Tough. You got Christmas Fushi at least. I blew every stone I had on lamb batter and Leib on the Christmas batter. Neither of them are on the Christmas batter, oh, but okay. Sorry about your meltdown was just amazing. Get the fuck out of here, I'm getting out of here soon. Bye, no donation this time because low money. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you for your support up until this point, and thank you for watching this crazy long stream. Alright, that's it for the buys. Alright, except for ours. So on 3 everyone, we're gonna say ours. 1, 2, 3. Bye-bye.